Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The steady, metronomic click of the typewriter carriage stopped. It was a sound as regular as a heartbeat in the west wing of the castle, a percussive rhythm against the eternal sigh of the North Atlantic against the cliffs below. Then silence, not an empty silence, but a thick, velvety thing that rushed in to fill the space left by the absent noise. It was a silence that held its breath. In that silence, a scream tore through the dark, a sharp, porcelain crack of a sound that shattered the calm and set the ancient stones of Blackwater keep trembling. Bruce arrived 2 days later, the salt spray still drying on his wool coat. The local police, a pair of men named Henderson and Marsh, whose faces were maps of bewilderment, met him at the heavy oak door. They were out of their depth and they knew it. The case was a splinter in the mind, an impossible thing. A girl attacked in a room locked from the inside, the only key still in the pocket of her father, the renowned physicist Dr. Daniel Claymore. The castle was a beast of granite and shadow, built to withstand sieges and centuries. It stood on the edge of the world, a solemn sentinel against the raging sea. Bruce felt its weight immediately, a physical pressure on his shoulders. The air inside was cold and carried the faint, sweet decay of old books and damp stone. Dr. Claymore was a man carved from the same material as his home, tall, severe, with eyes the color of the winter sea behind his spectacles. He greeted Bruce in a library that smelled of leather and pipe smoke. His handshake was firm, dry, and brief. "Mr. Pierce, I was told you have a talent for the perplexing." "My talent is for logic, Dr. Claymore. Things usually have an explanation, even when they prefer to hide. The local constabulary seems to believe my home is haunted," Claymore said, a flicker of disdain in his voice. "They have poked and prodded and found nothing. My daughter Hazel is recovering, but she cannot tell us what happened, or she will not." Led Bruce to the room. It was Hazel's studio, a bright space in the otherwise gloomy castle, with a large window overlooking the churning water. The room was a chaos of art. Canvases leaned against walls, some serene seascapes, others violent, abstract slashes of color that spoke of a troubled mind. An easel stood in the center, holding a half-finished portrait of a man's face, the features blurred and uncertain as if seen through rain-streaked glass. The lock on the heavy door was a solid, brass deadbolt. There was no other way in or out. The window was 40 feet above jagged rocks. Impossible. The only signs of the struggle were subtle. A fallen jar of turpentine, its sharp chemical scent still clinging to the air. A single long strand of coppery hair caught on the edge of the splintered easel. And on the floor, almost invisible against the dark grain of the wood, a smudge of something dark and earthy, like rich soil. Hazel Claymore was a portrait of delicate ruin. She sat in a chair by the fire in her bedroom, a cashmere shawl wrapped tightly around her slender shoulders. Her hair was the color of a new penny, and it fell around a face that was pale and finely made. A vivid bruise, the color of a stormy twilight, bloomed on her temple. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, were wide and unfocused, staring into the flames as if searching for an answer in the shifting patterns. Bruce pulled a chair close, not across from her, but beside her, so as not to feel like an interrogator. He spoke softly, his voice a low murmur against the crackle of the fire. "Can you tell me what you remember, Hazel?" She flinched at the sound of her name, her fingers, long and pale, twisted in the fabric of her shawl. "The smell," she whispered. I remember the smell first, like wet earth, like the gardens after a hard rain.
Did you see anyone?
She shook her head slowly, a painful movement. It was behind me, I was painting, the light was good. Then, the smell and a pressure on my neck, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream. Then I did scream, and then nothing. She turned her haunted eyes to him. The door was locked. I always lock it when I paint. It was locked. Later, Bruce walked the battlements, the wind tearing at his clothes. The case was a locked box, and everyone inside the castle was a potential key. There was Cecil, Dr. Claymore's assistant, a quiet, watchful man who moved through the halls with a librarian's grace, his hands always clean, his notes always precise. He was the keeper of the doctor's schedules, the organizer of his life. And there was Dwayne, the private investigator the family had initially hired, a bulky man with a cynical twist to his mouth who had already declared the case a psychological episode, the result of a hysterical young woman in a gothic environment. "You're wasting your time, kid," Dwayne told him, lighting a cigarette in the grand hall. "The girl's got problems. The old man's a cold fish. There's no monster in the closet, just the monsters in their heads." Bruce said nothing. He was studying the floor plan of the castle that Cecil had provided. The lines were clean, the rooms neatly labeled, but castles like these were never that simple. They had secrets in their walls, passages built for servants, for escape, for illicit liaisons. He ran his fingers over the drawing of Hazel's studio. The wall to the west was shared with a disused storage room. To the east it was an exterior wall, but the thickness of the lines on the plan, there was a discrepancy. He spent hours in the studio alone, long after the police had left and the sun had dipped below the horizon. He traced the walls with his knuckles, listening for a hollow sound. He examined the floorboards for seams, for hidden levers. He found nothing but solid stone and nailed-down oak. The impossibility of it was a constant hum in his mind. He stood where Hazel would have stood, before her easel. He looked at the unfinished portrait. The blurred face seemed to mock him. The smell of turpentine and oil paint was thick, and underneath it, faint but persistent, was that other smell, the smell Hazel had described, wet earth. It was in the quiet of the library, surrounded by the silent judgment of 1,000 books, that he found a fragment of a clue. He was looking through a volume on architectural history, not for answers, but for a moment of mental quiet. A photograph slipped from between the pages. It was old, sepia-toned. It showed a section of the castle blueprints, different from the one Cecil had given him. This one showed a thin, unlabeled space between the west wall of Hazel's studio and the storage room.
An interstitial space, a gap.
When he confronted Dr. Claymore, the man's composure cracked for a single, telling instant, a flicker of something fear or anger in his eyes. "Old plans," he said, his voice tighter than before. "This castle has been modified, restored. Those spaces were filled in decades ago for insulation. They are nothing but packed stone and mortar now." Bruce did not believe him. The denial was too quick, too sharp. He began to watch Cecil, the assistant. The man was a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a sound. Bruce followed him one evening down into the cavernous kitchen, into the cellars where the air was cold and smelled of wine and dust. Cecil did not go for wine. He went to a section of the wall behind a rack of empty barrels, and for a moment he seemed to simply stand there, his hand pressed against the stone. Then he turned and left, his expression unreadable. The next day, Bruce brought a set of fine, powerful magnets from the village. Under the guise of checking for structural metal, he ran them along the walls of the storage room next to Hazel's studio. In one section, low to the ground, behind a heavy cabinet he had to strain to move, the magnet stuck fast. He pushed, he pulled. He ran his fingers along the seams of the stone, feeling for a catch, a pressure point. He found it, a single, slightly loose stone that sank inward under the pressure of his thumb. With a soft, grinding sigh, a section of the wall, perfectly fitted and disguised, swung inward. It revealed a dark, narrow passage, barely the width of a man's shoulders. The air that breathed out was frigid and carried the unmistakable, loamy scent of wet earth. He did not enter, not yet. He closed the door, moved the cabinet back, and his mind began to race, piecing together the mechanism. A hidden door operated from the other side, from within the passage itself. Someone could enter the storage room unseen, and then, how did they get into the locked studio? There had to be a second passage. He found it hours later, not in the studio itself, but by studying the dust. He sprinkled a fine, almost invisible layer of talcum powder along the baseboards of the studio, focusing on the wall shared with the secret passage. Then he waited, hidden in the disused storage room, watching through the crack of the hidden door he had left slightly ajar. He waited until the castle was asleep, until the only sound was the distant, rhythmic crash of the sea. He saw a shadow detach itself from the deeper darkness of the passage, Cecil. He moved with a predator's patience, his feet making no sound on the stone floor. He went not to the studio door, but to a large, framed seascape that hung on the storage room wall. He pressed the side of the frame. The entire painting, frame and all, swung outward on a silent pivot, revealing a second, even more cunningly hidden entrance directly into Hazel's studio. The lock on the studio door was a red herring. The room was never truly sealed. Bruce stepped out of the shadows. "It's over, Cecil." Cecil froze. He did not turn around, but his shoulders slumped in a gesture of profound weariness. When he finally faced Bruce, his expression was not one of rage or panic, but of a deep, unsettling sadness. "You don't understand," Cecil said, his voice quiet. "You see the mechanism, but you are blind to the reason. The reason is you attacked her." "I was protecting her," Cecil whispered, "from him." He nodded towards the main body of the castle, towards Dr. Claymore's quarters. The good doctor is not what he seems. His work, it is not all theoretical. He has been experimenting, dangerous things, things that could be weaponized. Hazel found his private journals. She was going to expose him. He couldn't allow that. His reputation, his life's work, it was all at stake. Bruce felt the ground shift beneath him. Her own father. "He came to me desperate," Cecil said. "He said she was unstable, that she was inventing lies. He asked me to retrieve the journals, to talk to her, to make her see reason. I went through the passages. I confronted her. She was terrified. She fought. She fell against the easel. I never meant to hurt her. I was trying to save her from a far greater danger." It made a terrible kind of sense, the father's coldness, his quick dismissal of the old plans. He wasn't hiding an architectural secret, he was hiding his own. He had used Cecil, his loyal, invisible assistant, to silence his daughter. The attack was not random, it was a desperate act of containment. Bruce moved quickly. He left Cecil in the storage room, a broken man, and went to find Dr. Claymore. He found him not in his bedroom, but in his private study, a room that was always kept locked. The door was ajar. Bruce pushed it open. The room was a shrine to obsession. Equations covered blackboards. Schematics for devices Bruce could not comprehend were pinned to the walls. And in the center of it all, Dr. Claymore sat at his desk. He was not working. He was staring at a small, framed photograph of a woman with Hazel's eyes. He looked up as Bruce entered, and his face was a mask of utter defeat. "You know," he said, his voice hollow, "it wasn't a question." "It was you," Bruce said, "all of it, your work, your secret. You sent Cecil to silence your own daughter." Claymore's eyes were distant, looking at something far away. "My work, it could change everything or destroy everything. Hazel, she never understood the necessity, the sacrifice. She only saw the danger. She was going to burn it all down." He looked at Bruce, and for a moment the brilliant, cold scientist was gone, replaced by a tired, frightened old man. "What will you do?" The local police were summoned. Dr. Claymore was taken away, not in handcuffs, but with a quiet, solemn dignity that felt more chilling than any outburst of violence could have been. Cecil, as an accomplice, was also detained. The impossible crime was solved. The monster was not a phantom in the walls, but the master of the house. In the days that followed, Hazel began to heal. The fear in her eyes receded, replaced by a grim, hard-won peace. On the day Bruce was to leave, she walked with him to the main door. The sea was calm for once, a vast gray sheet of silk. "Thank you," she said, her hand resting lightly on his arm.
for seeing the truth. He nodded, but a cold unease had settled in his stomach. The pieces fit, the confession was given, the culprit was in custody. It was a clean, logical conclusion, and yet... He remembered the smudge on the studio floor, the dark, earthy soil. He had checked. Neither Cecil nor Dr. Claymore had any such soil on their shoes or in their quarters. He remembered the portrait Hazel was painting, the blurred, uncertain face. It didn't look like her father. It looked younger. It looked like Dwayne, the rival investigator. He remembered Dwayne's quick dismissal of the case, his eagerness to label Hazel as hysterical. He remembered finding the old blueprint so easily, as if it had been left for him to find. A piece of bait to lead him to the hidden passage, to Cecil, to the father. He looked at Hazel, at the green eyes that were now clear and direct. He saw the strength in her face, a strength that had not been there before. He saw the way her fingers, now steady, adjusted the shawl around her shoulders. And he saw, for the first time, a faint, almost invisible trace of that dark, rich soil under the fingernail of her right index finger. The truth he had uncovered was a box, neatly wrapped and tied with a string. But as he drove away from Blackwater Keep, the castle shrinking in his rearview mirror, he knew with a chilling certainty that the box was empty. He had solved the crime that was presented to him, the one designed to be solved. He had been a player in a game whose rules he never fully understood, moving pieces that had been placed for him to find. The real mystery, the deeper, darker truth of what happened in that locked room, had never been in the passages behind the walls, but in the silent, calculated spaces between Hazel's words, in the performance of her trauma in the soil under a single, pale fingernail. The investigation was over, but the mystery had just begun, and it would follow him down the winding coastal road and into every shadowed corner of his life, an endless, unsolvable equation written in water and dust. The Karas heater fought a losing battle against the chill that had settled deep in his bones. It wasn't the cold of the Atlantic wind, but the ice of a delayed realization. He replayed it all, the scene scrolling behind his eyes like a damaged film reel. Hazel's fragile posture by the fire, the tremor in her voice as she described the smell of wet earth. The performance had been flawless because it wasn't entirely a performance. She had been afraid, but not of her father or of Cecil. She had been afraid of him, Bruce, seeing through the carefully constructed lie. The soil, that was the key he had ignored, the variable that didn't fit the elegant solution. He had been so focused on the mechanics of the locked room, on the hidden doors and the loyal assistant, that he had dismissed the physical evidence that pointed elsewhere. Hazel had that soil under her nail. She had been in contact with it or with someone who carried it. Dwayne, the private investigator who had been so quick to write her off, had that been a tactic? To appear disinterested, to redirect suspicion away from himself. A relationship hidden in the shadows of the castle, discovered by the father. A motive for murder, disguised as an attack. Or was it something else entirely? Had Hazel, trapped in her Gothic home with a distant, obsessive father, concocted a plan not just to expose him, but to be free of him forever? She lures Dwayne through the passages, a man she knew, a man who carried the scent of the outside world on his boots. A confrontation is staged. Her father, discovering this betrayal, intervenes. The story collapsed under the weight of its own new possibilities. He pulled the car over at a cliffside lookout, the engine ticking as it cooled. The castle was a dark tooth on the horizon. He had left a girl there who was either a victim of a more complex plot or an architect of one. He had left a brilliant man in custody for a crime he may not have physically committed, only morally enabled. He had the uneasy feeling that he had not been the investigator, but the tool. Hazel had used him. She had seen his reputation for logic, for solving the unsolvable, and she had presented him with a puzzle she knew he could solve. The puzzle of the locked room, and in solving it he had neatly disposed of the two men who posed the greatest threat to her, her controlling father and his dangerously loyal assistant. She was free now, free of the castle, free of her father's shadow, free of the watchful eye of Cecil. He thought of going back, of confronting her with the soil, with the portrait that looked like Dwayne, but what would it achieve? The official case was closed. Henderson and Marsh had their culprits, a confession of sorts from Claymore and a grateful, recovering victim. To reopen it would be to expose his own failure to trade one truth for a messier, more ambiguous one. Some locks, he realized, were better left unopened. Some boxes, once opened, could not be closed again. He started the car and drove on, leaving Blackwater keep to its secrets and the sea. The case was a scar now, a reminder that logic could map the walls of a maze but never the intent of the one who built it. He had come to find a monster in the walls and had found one in the heart of the family. But the true monster, he suspected, was the one who had known exactly which monster to show him. And that monster was now alone in a castle by the sea, the mistress of a house of cards she had built herself, the final unsolvable piece of the puzzle staring out at the endless gray water. The road unspooled before him, a gray ribbon through the bleak landscape, but his mind was trapped back in that room with the smell of turpentine and wet earth. He had built his entire career on the foundation of facts, of evidence that could be measured and catalogued. Now, for the first time, he was adrift in the realm of motive and human deceit, and the compass of his logic spun uselessly. He tried to fix Hazel's face in his mind, the initial genuine terror when she spoke of the attack, the later calm gratitude as she thanked him. Which was the performance, or were they both real, layered one over the other like glazes on one of her canvases? She had needed a specific outcome, and he had delivered it. He had been her brush, her paint. The father was removed, the assistant silenced. The estate, he realized with a jolt, would now be entirely hers. Claymore's work, whatever its nature, would be discredited and buried. She would be rich, free, and utterly alone. A sign for a roadside diner appeared, a lonely beacon of electric light in the gathering dusk. He pulled in, the tires crunching on gravel. He needed coffee, something to anchor him in the present. The diner was nearly empty, the air thick with the smell of old grease and brewing coffee. He slid into a cracked vinyl booth, the image of Hazel's steady hand adjusting her shawl superimposed over the menu. A man entered, letting in a gust of cold air. He was bulky, his coat collar turned up. Dwayne, the private investigator, paused, his cynical eyes scanning the room before they landed on Bruce. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. He ambled over and slid into the booth opposite Bruce without an invitation. "Figured you'd be on this road," Dwayne said, his voice a low rumble. He signaled the waitress for a coffee, heading back to the city with another case closed. Another happy client. Bruce said nothing. He watched Dwayne's hands. They were clean, but the nails were short, rough, as if he'd been digging. "She is quite a girl, isn't she?" Dwayne said, leaning forward, his smile fading into something more serious. "Resourceful. You know, I was hired to look into the father. The family was worried about his eccentricities. I reported back that he was just a harmless, if cold, academic. But Hazel, she knew there was more. She just needed the right kind of leverage to get someone to see it." Bruce finally found his voice, the soil on her hands. "It was from you. You met her in the passages. You were the one in the studio that day." Dwayne's eyes glinted, but he didn't confirm or deny it. "My job was to gather information. Sometimes that means getting close to a source. She was scared of her father. She needed an ally on the outside. We had an arrangement. An arrangement that ended with 2 men in custody and her in control of everything." "Justice is a funny thing," Dwayne said, sipping his coffee. "It doesn't always look like you think it will. That father of hers was playing with fire, real, dangerous fire. The world is better off with his work locked away and him along with it. Sometimes the clean, logical solution is the one that serves the greater good, even if the path to get there is a little messy." He left a few bills on the table and stood up. "Dante, beat yourself up, kid. You did what you were hired to do. You solved the mystery she gave you. Not your fault if it was the wrong one." He gave a final, dismissive nod and walked out into the night. Bruce sat there long after his own coffee had gone cold. Dwayne's words were not an absolution, they were a confirmation. He had been a pawn in a game played by Hazel and Dwayne, a game to neutralize a threat and secure an inheritance, all under the guise of a gothic mystery. The greater good, Duane had called it, a convenient philosophy for those who orchestrate the fall of others. He drove the rest of the way home in a silence broken only by the hum of the engine and the whisper of his own thoughts. The city skyline emerged from the gloom, a forest of concrete and light, a different kind of maze. He parked his car and walked to his apartment, the case files a heavy weight in his bag. He would file his report, a sanitized version of the truth that aligned with the official record. Henderson and Marsh would be satisfied. The world would move on. But as he unlocked his door and stepped into the dark, quiet space, he knew he was not the same man who had left for Blackwater Keep. He had always believed that behind every impossibility was a truth waiting to be uncovered. Now he knew that sometimes the truth was a hall of mirrors, and the most dangerous reflection was your own, staring back at you, complicit. He had closed the case, but the emptiness of the victory would remain, a locked room inside himself for which he would never find the key. The following week, the official report was filed and the case was marked closed. Bruce went through the motions of his other work, but his focus was fractured. He found himself staring at the patterns in the wood grain of his desk, or tracing the path of rainwater on his window, seeing only the imagined lines of secret passages and the faint, damning smudge of earth. He had built his identity on the bedrock of resolvable truths, and that foundation had turned to sand. A plain, stiff envelope arrived at his office, bearing no return address. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality paper. The message was brief, written in a familiar, now steady hand. The estate is settled. The work is being donated to a secure, private institution for study under controlled conditions. I am traveling to Italy to study the old masters. Thank you for your service. H. There was no check, no monetary thanks. The omission was deliberate, another layer of the performance. The donation was a masterstroke, a public act of charity that further legitimized her narrative and buried her father's legacy in a way that looked like honor. She was not just free, she was untouchable. He crumpled the note and threw it towards the wastebasket, but it missed, landing on the floor near the door. He left it there, a small white accusation. He could not prove anything, and even if he could, he was no longer sure what justice would look like. Was Dr. Claymore an innocent man? No. He was morally culpable, a man whose ambition had created a monster, even if that monster was his own daughter. Was Hazel a victim? Yes. But she was also a predator who had turned her victimhood into a weapon. The phone rang, shattering the silence. It was Henderson, his voice buoyant. Bruce, that Claymore case made us all look good, clean, simple, wrapped up with a bow. The commissioner was pleased. Listen, I've got another one for you. A real head-scratcher. A locked room robbery in a high-rise looks impossible. Bruce listened to the details, his mind automatically beginning to catalog the facts, to search for the flaw in the setup. But the process felt hollow now, a practiced trick. He saw not the puzzle, but the people who would inevitably be hiding in its shadows, their own secret motives twisting the simple facts into a story they needed him to believe. "I'll pass, Henderson," he heard himself say, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. "Pass, but it's right up your alley." "Not anymore," Bruce said and hung up. He looked around his office, at the shelves of books on forensic science and criminal psychology, at the framed certificates celebrating his triumphs of logic. It all seemed like a collection of props from a play he no longer wanted to perform in. He had thought the mystery of Blackwater Keep was about how a man could vanish from a locked room. He now knew the real mystery was how a person could build a prison of lies and then convince someone else to hand them the key. And he had. He had been the most crucial piece of Hazel's design. He stood up, leaving the case files and the crumpled note on the floor. He walked out of his office, down the stairs, and into the crowded, anonymous street. The city was full of a million stories, a million locked rooms waiting for someone to solve them. But Bruce kept walking, his hands in his pockets, his eyes on the pavement, no longer looking for answers, just trying to lose himself in the noise, a man who had solved his last impossible crime. The rain began to fall, a fine, cold mist that beaded on the wool of his coat. He walked without a destination, the rhythm of his footsteps a dull counterpoint to the frantic beat of his thoughts. He had dedicated his life to order, to the principle that every effect had a cause, every crime a culprit. Now he was adrift in a world where the culprits wrote the rules of their own justice, and the investigators were merely actors in their play. He found himself outside a small, quiet art gallery. Through the large plate-glass window, he saw a collection of landscapes, serene and orderly. One painting, however, caught his eye. It was a seascape, a turbulent, gray ocean crashing against dark rocks. The style was different from the others, more visceral, less controlled. It reminded him of her. It was all he could see now, the calculated brushstrokes of a life remade. A woman emerged from the gallery, holding a small paper cup of coffee. She was perhaps 60, with a kind, lined face and sharp, intelligent eyes. She saw him staring at the painting. "It has a certain power, doesn't it?" she said, gesturing with her cup. "Not like the others, it is unsettled." Bruce nodded, his voice feeling rusty. "It is." "The artist is a local woman. She just sold everything and moved to Europe. Said she needed a new palette." The woman sipped her coffee. She left that one behind, said it didn't fit with her new direction. A cold knot tightened in Bruce's stomach. Her name, was it Hazel? The woman looked surprised, then pleased. "Yes, you know her work. She was always very private, a bit of a mystery." "Yes," Bruce said, his eyes fixed on the churning gray waves. "A mystery." He turned and walked away, leaving the gallery woman with her coffee and her mild curiosity. The painting was a message, he was sure of it, a final, private joke between the two of them. She had left it there, knowing he might find it, knowing he would understand. It was her confession and her triumph, rendered in oil and hung on a wall for anyone to see, its true meaning visible only to him. She was not just free of the past, she was recreating herself, and she had left him this one, unsigned masterpiece as a receipt for his complicity. He realized then that he would never be free of it. The case was a ghost that would walk the halls of his mind forever. Every new puzzle would be measured against it, every client's story viewed through the lens of her deception. His greatest strength, his unshakable logic, had been turned against him, and the fracture it had caused was permanent. He was no longer a solver of mysteries. He was a relic of one, a man who had peered into an abyss and found not a monster but a mirror, and the reflection had broken him. He kept walking, the city lights blurring in the rain around him, just another lost soul in the endless, unsolvable dark. The days bled into weeks, and the city's rhythm sought to reclaim him. He rented a smaller, plainer office and took on small, tedious jobs, background checks, corporate due diligence. Work that required no leaps of faith, only the mechanical verification of facts. He avoided anything that smelled of a narrative, of a story someone wanted to tell him. His reputation for the brilliant, the impossible, began to fade, replaced by a new one for reliable, if uninspired, competence. He told himself it was enough. Then a letter arrived from Italy. It was not from Hazel, but from a law firm in Florence. The language was formal, precise. It stated that a client, who wished to remain anonymous, had made a substantial donation to a small, struggling art restoration school in the city. The donation had been made in his name, Bruce Kincaid. It was a grant, the letter explained, to fund a scholarship for investigators of art crime, a field that bridged the analytical and the intuitive. He read the letter 3 times, the paper trembling slightly in his hand. It was not a taunt, it was a refinement. She had taken his tool, his logic, and broken it. Now with this, she was offering him a new one. She was curating his redemption as she had curated her own. She was still building the story, still painting the world to her design, and he was once again a figure on her canvas. He did not rage, he felt a strange, cold calm. He placed the letter in the bottom drawer of his new, unremarkable desk. He did not know if he would act on it, if he would ever set foot in that school or touch a brush to restore what was broken. The choice, he understood, was the final piece of her puzzle for him. It was no longer about solving her mystery, but about solving himself in its wake. He closed the drawer, the click of the latch echoing in the quiet room. Case was over, but the conversation, it seemed, was not. And outside, the city hummed on, full of locks he had no desire to open. The hum of the city was different now, a white noise he used to fill the silence in his own head. He took on a case for an insurance company, a straightforward matter of a suspicious warehouse fire. He stood amid the charred beams and the acrid smell of accelerants, his mind automatically sifting the evidence. The pattern of the burn, the compromised lock on the roof. It was simple, almost insultingly so. A disgruntled manager, a clumsy attempt to cover losses. He wrote his report in a day, his prose flat and functional. The client was pleased with his efficiency. They did not ask for his brilliance, and he did not offer it. Weeks later, a postcard found its way to his apartment mailbox. It showed a sun-drenched Italian piazza, all warm stone and deep shadows. There was no message, no signature, only his name and address written in that same steady hand. He held the card by its edges, staring at the vibrant scene. It was not a peace offering. It was a reminder that she was there in the light while he remained here in the gray. She was living the life she had orchestrated, and she wanted him to know it. He dropped the postcard into the trash, but the image was already seared into his mind. He found himself one Sunday in the public library, wandering the stacks without purpose. His feet carried him to the art history section. He ran a finger along the spines of books on Renaissance techniques, on fresco and tempera. He did not pull any from the shelf. He simply stood there, surrounded by the accumulated knowledge of a craft she was now, presumably, mastering. He wondered if she had chosen Italy for the art or for the distance. He wondered if she ever thought of him, or if he was just a tool that had been used and nately stored away. The fire escape outside his window became his evening ritual. He would sit on the cold iron and watch the lights of the city come on one by one. He thought about the scholarship, the sheer, calculated arrogance of it. She was funding a legacy in his name, a perpetual reminder of their entanglement. To accept it would be to play his part in her ongoing narrative. To refuse it felt like a different kind of defeat, an admission that he could not bear the weight of the gift she had forced upon him. One night, a different kind of case found him. A young woman, her face pale with worry, sat in his client's chair. Her brother, an artist, was missing. The police were indifferent. He was eccentric, they said, prone to wandering off, but she was insistent. He had been working on something new, something he said would change everything. He had been afraid. Bruce listened, his hands steepled under his chin. He heard the echoes of another case, another family, another artist. He saw the puzzle forming, the locked room of a missing person. The old part of his mind, the part he had tried to quiet, stirred with a familiar, unwelcome interest. He could see the angles, the possible paths of investigation. It was a head-scratcher, as Henderson would say. The young woman looked at him, her eyes full of a desperate hope. They say you can find the truth when no one else can. He looked at her, and for a moment he saw not her, but Hazel, sitting in the drawing room of Blackwater Keep, her eyes just as full of a performance he had mistaken for truth. He saw the maze, and he saw the architect waiting at its center. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "I can't help you." The hope in her eyes died, replaced by confusion and then resignation. She left, and he was alone again with the hum of the city and the ghost of a puzzle he would not solve. He had not chosen to accept the scholarship or to return to his old life. He had chosen a third path, the one she had not painted for him, the path of refusal. He would not enter another maze. He would stay here in the gray with the simple, answerable questions and let the unsolvable dark remain for someone else unsolved. He did not move for a long time after the woman left. The silence in the office was a physical presence, thick and heavy. He had done the right thing, the only sane thing. He had turned away from the labyrinth, yet the decision felt less like a victory and more like a surrender. He had not outsmarted Hazel-esque ghost. He had simply agreed to stop playing. A few days later, a small, heavy package was delivered by courier. It was a book, an old, leather-bound volume on the geometry of perspective in Renaissance art. There was no note, but tucked between the pages was a single, pressed flower, its purple hue faded to a pale lavender. He recognized it immediately. It was a sprig of heather, the same that grew wild on the moors around Blackwater Keep. This was different from the postcard. This was not a reminder of her new life, but a relic of the one they had shared, however falsely. It was an artifact from the scene of the crime, his crime of credulity. He slammed the book shut, the sound like a gunshot in the quiet room. He wanted to throw it out, to burn it, but he didn't. He placed it on the shelf behind his desk, a dark, unreadable rectangle. It was not a peace pipe or a threat, but a seed. She was planting it in the barren soil of his new life, waiting to see if it would take root. The insurance work grew more monotonous, the reports more soulless. He started taking long, aimless walks during his lunch hour, his feet tracing patterns through the city's grid. He found himself outside the art restoration school that bore his name thanks to her donation. He never went in, but he would watch the students through the windows, their faces bright with concentration as they worked to mend tears in canvas and time. They were fixing broken things, making them whole again. The irony was a sharp, constant ache. One afternoon he saw a young man carefully inpainting a damaged section of a landscape, his hands steady, his focus absolute. Bruce watched, mesmerized by the patience of it, the slow, deliberate act of repair. It was the opposite of his old work, which had been about tearing down facades to expose the ugly truth beneath. This was about preserving the beauty, even if that beauty was, on some level, an illusion. He walked back to his office, the image of the restorer's hand staying with him. He sat at his desk and opened the bottom drawer. He took out the letter from the Italian law firm and smoothed it on the blotter. Then he reached for the book on perspective. He opened it to a random page, the dry, sweet scent of the pressed heather rising to meet him. The text was dense, full of complex diagrams and theories about how to create the illusion of depth on a flat surface. He began to read. He did not understand most of it, not at first, but the process was familiar. It was a puzzle, a system of rules and exceptions designed to achieve a specific outcome. It was a lock, and within it was a key. He wasn't sure what it would open or if he even wanted to know. But for the first time in months, the hollow feeling inside him was not a void, but a quiet, focused space waiting to be filled. He turned the page and continued reading. The words began to blur, the intricate diagrams swimming before his eyes. He closed the book, the soft thud of the cover a definitive sound in the quiet office. This was not an answer. It was another path into the maze, one she had subtly signposted. He would not follow it. He stood, the decision solidifying within him. He placed the book back on the shelf, but this time he turned its spine to the wall, hiding its title. Let it gather dust. The phone rang, a shrill intrusion. He almost let it go to the machine, but habit made him pick it up. It was the worried sister again, her voice thin with a new, sharper fear. The police had found her brother's van abandoned near the state line. There was no sign of him, but they had found his latest work, a series of dark, chaotic paintings that disturbed the officers. They were treating it as a potential suicide. Bruce listened, his grip tightening on the receiver. He could hear the unspoken plea. She believed he was still alive, and she needed someone to believe it with her. It was a narrative, desperate and fragile, and every instinct told him to reject it, to protect himself from the pull of another person's constructed truth. "I am sorry for your trouble," he said, his voice a low monotone, "but I am not the right person for this." He hung up before she could reply. He walked to the window and looked down at the street, at the people moving with their own private purposes. He had chosen his path. He would not be the restorer, patiently mending the broken stories of others. He would not be the detective, tearing them down to their ugly foundations. He would be the watchman, standing guard over his own silence, ensuring that no new seed, however artfully planted, would ever take root. The city's endless stories would have to unfold without him. He was done with all of them. The silence that settled after the call felt different this time. It was not heavy with indecision, but light with a grim finality. He had drawn a line not just for her, but for himself. He spent the rest of the day methodically cleaning his office, wiping down surfaces, filing papers with a detached efficiency. He was tidying the edges of his life, making sure everything was in its proper, predictable place. A week passed. He read about the missing artist in the back pages of the newspaper. The case had been closed. The official finding was that he had likely succumbed to exposure in the remote woods where his van was found. The article mentioned the sister who maintained her brother would never have taken his own life. Bruce folded the paper and dropped it into the recycling bin. He felt a pang not of guilt, but of a strange, hollow recognition. He had been right to refuse. It had only ever been a story, and its ending was as messy and unresolved as life itself. His landlord called about a leak in the apartment above his office. The ceiling was stained, a dark, blooming watermark that marred the clean white surface, a slow, insistent damage from a source he couldn't see. He arranged for a repairman, but the stain remained in his mind, an imperfect blot on his ordered world. It was during a walk to clear his head that he saw the poster. It was tacked to a community bulletin board amid notices for lost cats and yoga classes. It was for a small, local exhibition titled Found and Restored. The featured image was a detail of a painting, a single, perfectly rendered eye that seemed to look directly at him. It was the work of the Restoration School, his school. He stood there, trapped by that painted gaze. It held no accusation, no mockery. It simply observed. He thought of the students inside those windows, their careful hands, their devotion to preserving something that time had tried to erase. They were not solving crimes. They were tending to a different kind of truth, the truth of what someone had once found beautiful enough to create. He did not go to the exhibition, but the next day he did not take his usual walk. He stayed in his office, and after a long moment staring at the wall, he reached for the book on perspective. He turned it so the spine faced out. He opened it to the first page and began again. He was not reading for her or to solve a puzzle she had left. He was reading for the lines and the angles, for the sheer, abstract logic of it. It was a system, clean and uncompromised by human motive. It was a lock that had nothing to do with a key, only with the quiet, personal satisfaction of understanding how it was made. And for now, that was enough. The geometry was a refuge. For hours, he would lose himself in the problems of vanishing points and foreshortening, the world outside his window receding into irrelevance. It was a language without subtext, a truth that could not lie. He bought a sketchbook and a set of fine pencils, and he began to draw the simple objects in his office: a lamp, a coffee mug, the chair in the corner. His lines were hesitant at first, clumsy, but he persisted, erasing and redrawing, chasing the elusive correctness of the form. He was in the middle of sketching the difficult curve of the lamp's base when a thought surfaced, unbidden and perfectly clear. The sister of the missing artist had not called again. She had accepted his refusal. She had found another path, or she had given up. Her story had continued without his intervention, and the world had not ended. His own story, however, had been paused, frozen in the moment he had walked away from the gallery and the churning gray waves. Hazel's final masterpiece had been his own paralysis. He looked down at his sketchbook, at the shaky but determined lines. He was not restoring a masterpiece. He was not even building anything new. He was simply learning a skill for no other reason than because he wanted to. It was a small thing, a private thing, utterly devoid of her influence. It was his. The following Monday, he did not go to the office. He drove north, following the directions he looked up in a phone book. The sister lived in a small town on the edge of the state forest. Her house was a modest cottage with a well-tended garden, now brown and sleeping for the winter. She answered the door, her face showing first surprise, then a flicker of the old hope, quickly guarded. "Mr. Kincaid, I can promise you anything," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "And I am not the man I was, but if you have me, I'd like to see your brother's paintings." She led him inside to a small, sunlit room where the canvases were stacked against the wall. They were just as the newspaper had described: dark, chaotic, full of angry slashes of color and distorted figures. But as he looked closer, Bruce did not see the work of a man descending into madness. He saw a code. Hidden in the furious brushstrokes were numbers, coordinates, and fragments of maps. It was not a suicide note. It was a trail. He turned to the sister. "Tell me everything again," he said, "from the beginning." And as she spoke, Bruce Kincaid listened, not for the lie, but for the shape of the truth within the story. He was not solving her mystery. He was simply following a trail of paint, one careful stroke at a time. The trail did not lead into the woods, but back into the city, to a forgotten industrial district where the artist had kept a second studio. The sister had known of its existence, but had thought it abandoned. The door was locked with a heavy padlock, but the hasp was rusted and gave way with a single, sharp pull from a tire iron he kept in his car. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of turpentine and dust. Canvases were stacked everywhere, but these were different. They were luminous, serene landscapes, meticulously detailed, and in the center of the room, on a large easel, was an unfinished painting. It was a portrait of the sister, her face filled with a quiet strength, her hand outstretched as if offering something. On the floor beside the easel was a duffel bag, packed with clothes, a passport, and a plane ticket to Reykjavik dated for the day after he had vanished. Bruce picked up a sketchbook from a nearby table. The pages were filled with studies for the dark paintings, with notes in the margins. A diversion, one note read, to make them look away from the light. Another said, "She cannot know. She would try to stop me. It's the only way to be free of him." He understood then, the brother wasn't running from his art, he was running from a person. The chaotic paintings were a smokescreen, a performance for a specific, threatening audience. The real story, the real escape was here, in this quiet room of light and careful planning. He called the sister from a payphone. He told her that her brother was not dead, that he was likely already in Iceland, safe. He heard her breath catch, a sob of pure relief. She started to ask how, why, but he interrupted her gently. "The details don't matter," he said. "He wanted you to be safe, too. That's why he hid this from you. He left you the key in his work, but he made it look like a lock." He hung up and looked around the sunlit studio. He had not restored a broken thing. He had simply recognized a story that was already whole, a narrative of escape and protection that had been playing out just beyond the sight of those who were looking for a different, darker ending. He closed the door of the studio behind him, leaving the padlock broken on the ground. He did not need to lock it up again. The story was over. This time he drove back to the city without looking at the map. The hum of the tires on the pavement, a quiet, steady rhythm that no longer sounded like static, but like a road leading forward. Story 2. The wind came down from the hills first, a dry whisper through the canyon oaks, carrying the scent of warm earth and distant rain. It found its way into the city, slipping between the steel and glass of downtown, and it was this wind, I think, that lifted the corner of the yellow police tape strung across the entrance to the old carriage house. The tape fluttered, a frantic, trapped bird against the dark, weathered wood, and that small, persistent motion was the first thing I noticed. The second was the silence that had gathered around the property, a thick woolen quiet that seemed to absorb the distant city sounds. The house itself, a grand, sleeping beast of a Victorian, watched with blind window eyes, but the carriage house, tucked away at the end of the gravel drive, was awake. It had a story to tell, and the wind was its only, whispering herald. They found Malia Carson inside, curled on the floorboards as if seeking comfort in the fetal position. The medical examiner would later say the single gunshot wound to her temple was clinical, almost artistic in its precision. I knew this because I am the accused. My name is Donovan Croft, and for 12 years I was a prosecutor who put men away for crimes less intimate than this. Now I stand on the other side of the glass, my reflection a ghost superimposed over the evidence photos. My reflection wears a suit my wife, Delilah, laid out for me. It looks like my own skin, but it feels like a costume borrowed from a hanged man. The trial is a slow, meticulous unraveling. The courtroom is all dark wood and stale air, a chamber sealed against the world. Judge Clay presides from his high bench, a man carved from old anxieties and a deep-seated fear of being wrong. His eyes, behind their thick lenses, are perpetually disappointed. He looks at me not as Don Croft, the man he shared a scotch with at the annual Bar Association dinner, but as a problem to be managed, a crack in the foundation of his orderly universe. My lawyer, a man named Arthur Finch, whose suits are too expensive and whose smile is too sharp, calls it a narrative. The prosecution, led by my former prot.g, Jessica Lynn, is crafting a story. I am the centerpiece. A respected prosecutor, a pillar of the community, a man with a beautiful, fragile wife. And Malia was the complication. Ambitious, brilliant, with a laugh that could cut through the thickest legal jargon, and a mind that could dismantle a witness on the stand with the serene grace of a surgeon. We were a team. Then we were more. Then we were nothing. The evidence is a collection of sharp little things. A single strand of my hair recovered from the wool blanket she was wrapped in. The security footage from a cafe 2 blocks from the carriage house, timestamped for the night she died, showing a figure with my height, my gait, my raincoat, the lack of forced entry. She let her killer in. She knew him. She trusted him. The most damning piece is a note, written in her looping, confident script, found tucked in her desk drawer at the district attorney's office. It read, "Dawn, we need to end this. It has become a sickness. I can breathe." Jessica Lynn holds this note up to the jury as if it were a holy relic. She does not read the second line, the one I remember writing in response, the one that proves it was she who ended it. Not I, but my response was never found. Only her accusation, frozen in ink. I sit at the defense table and I feel the eyes. I feel Delilah's most of all. She sits in the front row, directly behind me, a silent monument to a shattered life. I cannot turn to look at her. I can only feel her presence, a cold spot on the back of my neck. She wears black, not for Malia, but for us. For the life we had that is now as dead as the woman in the carriage house. Her loyalty is a gilded cage, and I am the bird inside, beating my wings against the bars of her silent, suffocating faith. The wind from the hills finds its way into the city, a dry whisper, and it was this wind that lifted the corner of the police tape. I think of that wind often. I think of it slipping through the cracked window of the carriage house, stirring the dust around Malia's still form. I think of it carrying the scent of her perfume, the faint, metallic tang of blood, out into the night, dispersing the truth into the indifferent air. The wind knew, the wind saw, but the wind does not testify. The prosecution calls its witnesses. A forensic technician with nervous hands details the trajectory of the bullet. A neighbor speaks of raised voices from the carriage house earlier that week, a man's voice angry. He cannot swear it was mine, but the implication hangs in the air, a poison fog. Then they call Detective Miller, a man I have shared 100 coffees with, a man whose children I know by name. He sits in the witness stand and will not meet my eye. He describes the scene, the quiet. The neatness of it all, the single shell casing gleaming on the floorboards, a .38 caliber, a detective-S gun, a prosecutor-S gun, my gun. Finch rises for cross-examination. He is all calm reason. Detective, was the murder weapon ever recovered? No, sir. And this single strand of hair, could it have been transferred days earlier, on a coat sleeve perhaps, during a perfectly innocent meeting? It is possible. And the figure on the security footage. Can you, with 100% certainty, identify that blurry, pixelated shape as Donovan Croft? It is consistent with his appearance. Consistent, Finch repeats, letting the word settle, its inadequacy suddenly vast. He is building my defense on the grains of reasonable doubt, sifting the sand, hoping to find a solid pebble of innocence. But I do not feel innocent. I feel responsible. I brought Malia into my life. I let the sickness in. I am guilty of that, if nothing else. The political undercurrents are a riptide beneath the placid surface of the trial. Mayor Sterling, a man with the polished smile of a game show host and the morals of a cornered rat, gives a press conference on the courthouse steps. He speaks of the integrity of our justice system, of how no one is above the law. He does not look at me. He looks at the cameras. The case is a convenient distraction from a series of failed infrastructure projects, a gift wrapped in yellow tape. I see the calculations in his eyes. A conviction would be a triumph. An acquittal could be spun as a failure of a corrupt office. He wins either way. We are all just pieces on his board. I retreat into the spiral of memory. The first time I saw Malia, not in the office, but truly saw her. It was at a retirement party for an old judge. She was standing by the grand piano, a glass of champagne held loosely in her hand, listening to a boring story from a senior partner with a look of such intense, genuine interest that the man felt like the wittiest person in the world. That was her gift. She made you feel seen. Later, we found ourselves on the balcony. The city lights spread out below us like a spilled jewel box. "It is all a performance, isn't it?" she had said, her voice soft. "The arguments, the objections, we were just actors reading from a script written by dead men." "And what is the truth?" I asked. She turned to me and the city lights were reflected in her dark eyes. "The truth is what is left when the performance is over. The quiet in the dressing room after the audience has gone home." We became a secret, lunchtime meetings in anonymous hotel rooms, late-night conversations in the carriage house she used as a study, a refuge from the main office. It was her sanctuary, filled with books and the scent of old paper and the jasmine tea she always drank. I fell in love with the sharp, unvarnished truth of her, a contrast to the carefully curated life I had built with Delilah, a life of quiet dinners and social obligations, a life that felt like a beautiful, empty room. But the sickness came. It started with her ambition. She wanted the big cases. She wanted my job. She began to talk about leverage, about the things she knew, the secrets of the office, my secrets. The note was real. Her desire to end it was born not of regret, but of strategy. She was moving on, and I was a liability to be managed. I remember the last time I saw her alive. It was in the carriage house. The argument, the raised voices the neighbor heard. I was angry, yes, desperate. I begged her to reconsider. She was calm, cold, a prosecutor building her case against me. I left her there, standing in the middle of that room, surrounded by her books. I left her alive. The trial grinds on. Jessica Lynn plays her masterstroke. She calls Delilah to the stand. The air in the courtroom becomes solid. I can barely force a breath into my lungs. Delilah walks to the stand as if moving through deep water. She is pale, her beauty now delicate, like fine porcelain that has been cracked. She takes the oath, her voice a whisper. She answers the preliminary questions, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere over Jessica Lynn's shoulder. "Mrs. Croft," Jessica begins, her voice deceptively gentle. "Were you aware of your husband's affair with Malia Carson?" A long silence. I watch the back of Delilah's head, the elegant line of her neck. I see a tiny muscle twitch beneath her ear. "I was aware," she says, her voice clearer now, a bell tolling in a distant valley. "And how did that make you feel?" Finch objects relevance, Judge Clay sustains, but the question has done its work. The jury now sees the victim, not Malia but Delilah. Jessica shifts tack. "Mrs. Croft, did your husband own a .38 caliber revolver?" "Well, yes." "And did you ever see that gun on the night of the murder?" I stop breathing. Delilah's hands are folded in her lap. They are perfectly still. "No," she says, "I did not." It is the truth, but it is not the whole truth. I remember coming home that night, the taste of the argument with Malia still bitter in my mouth. Delilah was waiting for me in the living room, sitting in the dark. She didn't ask where I had been. She simply said, "Your service weapon is in the top drawer of your desk. It needs cleaning." I had thought it an odd, domestic non sequitur. Now in the hushed courtroom, the memory takes on a new, terrifying shape. The wind from the hills finds its way into the city, a dry whisper, and it was this wind that lifted the corner of the police tape. I think of that wind stirring the leaves outside our house that night. I think of Delilah sitting in the dark, waiting, knowing. Finch begins the defense. He calls character witnesses, colleagues who speak of my integrity. He presents my service record. He tries to paint the portrait of the man I was, the man I am. But the man in the portrait is a stranger to me now. The man I am is the man sitting in this courtroom, feeling the weight of Delilah's silence, the ghost of Malia's ambition, the cold eyes of the law upon me. We break for the day. The crowd files out. The reporters swarm the steps. Finch is talking to me, his voice a low, urgent buzz, but I cannot hear him over the roaring in my ears. I am a ship going down in a quiet sea. I look for Delilah, but she is already gone, vanished into the waiting town car. That night in the house that is no longer a home, I go to my study. I open the top drawer of my desk. The service weapon is there, clean and oiled just as she said. I pick it up. The metal is cool and heavy in my hand, feels familiar, like an old, dangerous friend. I look at it and I think of Malia. I think of the clinical, artistic precision of the wound. I am a good shot. I have always been a good shot. I put the gun down. I walk to the window and look out at the night. The city glitters, a web of light and lies. I think of the trial of the performance. I think of the truth, waiting in the quiet dressing room after the audience has gone home. The next day, I take the stand in my own defense. It is a risk, Finch advised against it, but I am tired of the performance. The courtroom is packed, the air thick with anticipation. I swear to tell the truth. I look at the jury, at Judge Clay, at Jessica Lynn's confident face. Then I look at Delilah. She is watching me, her expression unreadable, a still lake hiding unknown depths. I tell them everything, the affair, the passion, the slow decay into resentment and fear, the argument on the last night. I tell them I left her alive. I tell them I loved her in my way and that I was angry, but I am not a killer. My voice is steady. The words feel true. They feel like the first true thing I have said in years. Then Jessica Lynn stands for cross-examination. She walks toward me slowly, a predator circling its prey. "Mr. Croft," she says, "you admit you were there, you admit you argued, you admit you were angry. The jury has heard about the note, the hair, the figure on the tape. They have heard about your gun. So let me ask you the only question that matters. If you didn't kill Malia Carson, who did?" The question hangs in the air, the final, unanswerable challenge. I look at her. I look at the jury. I look at Delilah. Her eyes are locked on mine, and in that moment I see it. Not a confession, not a glimmer of guilt, but a profound and terrifying understanding. She knows I am trapped. She has known all along. The wind from the hills finds its way into the city, a dry whisper, and it was this wind that lifted the corner of the police tape. It was this wind that slipped into the carriage house after I left, or perhaps before I arrived. It was this wind that carried the scent of jasmine tea and gunpowder and the faint, expensive perfume Delilah wears, a scent I never noticed in the carriage house until this very moment, a scent that now blooms in my memory with the vivid, horrifying clarity of a forgotten clue. I open my mouth to speak, but no sound comes out. The courtroom waits, the world waits, and I understand that the truth is not a single, solid thing you can hold up to the light. It is a shattered mirror, and every piece reflects a different version of the story. My guilt, my innocence, they are irrelevant now. They are just more pieces of the performance. I look at Jessica Lynn, and I give her the only answer I have left, the only truth that remains. "I don't know," I whisper. And in the profound silence that follows, I keep my eyes on my wife, and she does not look away. The two words hang in the air, a pathetic, deflated confession of ignorance. I don't know. They are not the words of a wronged man fighting for his life. They are the words of a man who has finally seen the abyss and recognized its depth. Jessica Lynn allows the silence to stretch, a practiced tactic to let my failure sink into the jury box. She gives a small, almost imperceptible nod, a sculptor stepping back from a finished piece. "No further questions." The gavel falls, the day is over, the spectacle is paused. I rise from the stand, my legs numb, and walk back to the defense table. Arthur Finch does not look at me. He is shuffling papers, his movements stiff with a contained fury. He knows I have lost them. A man who claims innocence should have a theory, a name, a shred of an alternative. I had nothing but a whispered admission of my own blindness. In the hallway, a chaos of voices and flashing cameras, Delilah is suddenly beside me. She takes my arm, her grip firm, proprietary. She steers me through the throng, her head held high, a loyal wife guiding her shell-shocked husband. Reporters shout questions that dissolve into a meaningless roar. She does not flinch. She gets me into the back of the town car, the same one that whisked her away yesterday. The door closes, muting the world. We sit in the quiet of the leather-lined interior. The car pulls away from the curb. I stare out the window at the passing city. but I see only the reflection of her profile, calm and resolute. "You did what you had to do," she says, her voice low and even. "You told your story." I turn to look at her. The scent of her perfume is in the car, the same one that bloomed in my memory on the stand. It is a unique custom blend, a wedding gift from a perfumer in Grasse. I had never noticed it in the carriage house because I had never thought to look for it there. My mind had been so full of my own guilt, my own narrative of passion and crime, that it had created walls where there were none. "Did I ask," my voice raw. She meets my gaze. Her eyes are not cold, nor are they warm. They are simply sure. They have no weapon. They have no motive that docenti circle back to you. Finch will pick their case apart in closing. It is all circumstantial. "The gun," I say. "You told me it needed cleaning." "It did," she replies without hesitation. "It was gathering dust. A man in your position should take care of his tools." She looks out her window. "I was trying to be helpful, to give you a piece of your normal life back." It is a perfect answer, a wife-esque concerned, domestic observation. It fits the portrait of the loyal, suffering woman she has presented to the world. But I am no longer looking at the portrait. I am looking at the painter. The car turns onto our street. The grand, empty house awaits. I think of the night Malia died. I had come home, reeking of another woman-esque perfume in my own panic. Delilah sitting in the dark, her quiet statement about the gun. Had it been a warning, a test, or something else entirely? Had she been to the carriage house after my argument? Had she found Malia there, triumphant and venomous, and seen a solution to both our problems? A way to remove the other woman and frame the unfaithful husband, binding me to her forever in a cage of shared, unspoken knowledge. We enter the house. The silence is absolute. She sets her purse on the hall table, the gesture as familiar as breath. "I'll make some tea," she says, and walks toward the kitchen. I stand in the foyer, a stranger in my own home. The truth is not in a courtroom. It is here, in this quiet house, in the space between my wife and me. It is a living, breathing thing, and it has her face. I understand now that I will never be acquitted, not truly. Even if the jury says not guilty, I will remain a prisoner. The verdict will not be the end. It will be the beginning of a new, more intimate trial, one with a jury of two, where the evidence is a glance, a silence, a scent on the air, and the sentence is a lifetime spent wondering if the hand that pours your tea is the same one that pulled the trigger. I do not follow her into the kitchen. I remain in the foyer, a statue in the museum of our marriage. I can hear the domestic sounds of her preparing tea, the click of a ceramic cup, the rush of water from the kettle. They are the sounds of a normal life, a life we have not lived for a very long time. My eyes are drawn to the study door. It is slightly ajar. I walk toward it, each step an effort, as if moving through a viscous dream. I push the door open. The room is exactly as I left it, the gun still lying on the desk where I had placed it last night. A paperweight made of steel and potential. I do not pick it up. I look at it and I see it not as a weapon, but as a key. It is the key that could unlock one truth and seal another forever. If I were to take it to the police, to point out the missing scent, the impossible knowledge, the chilling perfection of my wife's performance, what would happen? It would be my word against hers. The word of a confessed adulterer and murder suspect against the word of the grieving, wronged wife. Jessica Lynn would eviscerate me. The press would feast on the carcass of our lives, and in the end, would anyone believe it? Or would it simply look like the desperate, final act of a guilty man trying to blame his saintly wife? Delilah appears in the doorway, holding 2 cups of tea. She stops when she sees me staring at the gun. Her expression does not change. There is no fear, no surprise. There is only a quiet assessment. "It doesn't belong there," she says, her voice soft. "It should be put away." She crosses the room, sets 1 cup of tea on the desk for me, and with her free hand she picks up the revolver. Her movements are not hesitant. They are practiced, efficient. She opens the drawer and places the gun inside, then closes it with a firm, final click. The sound is like a period at the end of a sentence. She turns to me, offering a small, weary smile. We need to be strong for tomorrow. Finch will need us to be united. I look at the cup of tea. The steam rises in a delicate, fragrant curl. Jasmine, the same scent that filled Malia's carriage house, the same scent that now fills my study. It is not an accusation. It is a fact, a simple, domestic fact. I understand then that I will never ask her. The question will never leave my lips. To ask would be to shatter this fragile, terrible piece we have built on the foundation of a dead woman. To ask would be to learn the answer, and I am not sure I can live with either possibility that she did it, or that she did not and has simply orchestrated this exquisite torture out of a bitterness I never knew she possessed. So I pick up the cup. The porcelain is warm against my skin. I take a sip. The tea is perfect. Yes, I say, my voice returning to me, the voice of the performer, united. We stand there in the silence, drinking our tea, two ghosts in the machine of our own lives, waiting for the jury to tell us which version of the truth we are required to live. The tea is bitter on my tongue, but I swallow it. The performance must continue for her, for the jury, for the world. We finish our drinks in the study, the silence between us a third presence in the room, heavy and knowing. She takes my empty cup, her fingers brushing mine, and the contact is like a static shock. She leaves to take the cups to the kitchen, and I am alone again with the closed drawer. The next morning we dress with the care of actors preparing for a final act. Delilah chooses a navy blue dress, somber and supportive. I put on my uniform of a respectable man, a dark suit and a tie that feels like a noose. We do not speak. We are conserving our energy for the courtroom. The closing arguments are a study in contrast. Jessica Lynn is a scalpel, precise and cold. She walks the jury through the evidence piece by piece, building me a coffin of my own lies and circumstantial chains. She paints me as a man of passion and pride, cornered by a lover who knew too much and threatened everything. She holds up the note. A strategy, she says, her voice dripping with contempt. He was a liability to be managed, and he managed her, permanently. Then Arthur Finch stands. He is a sledgehammer, pounding at the foundations of the prosecution's case. No murder weapon, no definitive forensic link. A flawed man, yes, an adulterer, certainly, but not a killer. He appeals to their reason, to the burden of proof. He points at me not as a saint, but as a man wrongfully accused, a man caught in a tragedy not of his making. He is good. He almost makes me believe it. But my eyes, like the jury's, are drawn to Delilah. She sits perfectly still, a portrait of wifely devotion and profound loss. She is Finch's most powerful exhibit, though he never calls her name again. Her presence in the courtroom, her steadfastness, is his final, unspoken argument. The judge gives the jury their instructions. The room rises as they file out to decide my fate. The waiting begins. We are given a small, airless room to wait in. Finch is optimistic, talking about holes in the case, about reasonable doubt. I am not listening. Delilah sits beside me, her hand resting on top of mine. It is cool and dry. I watch the clock on the wall. The minutes tick by, each one an eternity. I think of Malia in her quiet carriage house. I think of the gun in my desk drawer. I think of the wind. It does not take long. A few hours later, a bailiff comes to the door. The jury has reached a verdict. The walk back into the courtroom is the longest of my life. Every face is a blur. I can only see the jury box, the 12 people who hold the script to my future. Their faces are unreadable. The judge asks the foreman if they have reached a verdict. He says they have. The piece of paper is passed. It travels from the foreman to the bailiff to the judge. Judge Clay reads it, his face a mask of judicial impartiality. He passes it back. Will the defendant please rise? I stand. Delilah stands beside me, her shoulder touching mine, a united front. The foreman clears his throat. The rustle of the paper is deafening in the silence. On the count of murder in the first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. A gasp ripples through the room, followed by an explosion of noise. Reporters scramble for the door. Finch claps me on the back, his relief palpable. I feel nothing, I am hollow. I turn to Delilah. She looks up at me, and for a single, unguarded moment I see it in her eyes. It is not joy, it is not relief, it is triumph, a deep, cold, and absolute triumph. Then she blinks, and it is gone, replaced by tears of happiness as she embraces me. The cameras flash, capturing the moment of vindication. We are swept out of the courtroom through the gauntlet of shouts and questions. We are in the car again, the same quiet interior. The driver pulls away. Delilah leans her head against my shoulder. "It's over," she whispers. But it will never be over. The trial is done, the performance is concluded, and the audience has applauded. But we are still here in the dressing room, surrounded by the ghosts of our actions. I am a free man. I am innocent in the eyes of the law. And as I sit there with my wife's head on my shoulder, I know with a certainty that settles deep into my bones that I have never been more imprisoned in my entire life. The truth is what's left when the performance is over. And our truth is this quiet, shared life, this beautiful, empty room we have built together, with its locked drawers and its scent of jasmine, and its single, unspoken question that will hang between us until the day we die. The car does not take us home. Delilah gives the driver an address I do not recognize, a restaurant in a part of the city we never frequent. A celebration, she says, a reclaiming of our life. The table is in a secluded corner, shrouded in shadows and soft music. She orders champagne, I order a whiskey neat. She talks of the future, of trips we might take, of the book I might finally write. Her words are bright and smooth, like polished stones. They fill the space where my own words should be. I drink my whiskey and watch her. I am studying the performance, looking for a crack, a flicker of the person underneath the role of the loyal wife, but she is flawless. We return to the house. The silence there is different now. It is no longer accusatory. It is complicit. We are its curators. I go to my study out of habit. The room feels alien. I do not open the drawer. I know the gun is there. I know it will always be there. Days turn into weeks. The reporters eventually leave. The phone stops ringing. We exist in a new kind of normal. We are polite. We are considerate. We are the picture of a couple who has survived a great ordeal. We are also strangers. Every gesture, every word is a translation from a language I no longer understand. One evening I find her in the garden, staring at a jasmine plant that grows by the wall. Its scent is heavy in the twilight air. "It's thriving this year," she says, without turning around. I do not answer. I am remembering the carriage house, the dry wind, the scent that was out of place. I am remembering the way she picked up the gun, not like a housewife tidying a desk, but like someone who knew its weight, its balance. She finally turns to look at me. Her face is calm. "You're always going to wonder, aren't you?" The question, spoken aloud after all this time, is like a physical blow. It hangs between us, more real than anything we have said to each other since the verdict. I could lie, I could perform, but I am so tired. "Yes," I say. She nods as if I have confirmed something she already knew. She looks back at the jasmine. "It doesn't matter, you know, what really happened. It only matters what we do now. We have a second chance, a life without her." And there it is, not a confession, but a negotiation. An offer of a truce built not on truth, but on utility. We can have a life, a good life, if I am willing to bury the question, to let it compost in the dark soil of our shared history. I look at my wife, at the sharp, intelligent line of her profile against the darkening sky. She is offering me a gilded cage, and the key is my own silence. I think of the courtroom, of the jury's verdict, of the freedom I was granted. But true freedom would require an answer, and that is the one thing she will never give me. To demand it would be to destroy everything that is left. The night air is cool. The jasmine smells sweet. I turn and walk back into the house, leaving her there with her flowers and her unshakable peace. I understand now that my sentence was not read out in a courtroom. It was whispered in this garden, in the space between her question and my silence. It is a life sentence, and I will serve every day of it. I pour myself another whiskey in the study. The ice cracks in the glass, a sound like a tiny bone breaking. I do not hear her come in. She is just there, standing in the doorway, watching me. She has changed into a silk robe, the color of a deep bruise. "We should get away," she says. "The coast, perhaps. Somewhere the air is different." I take a slow drink. The whiskey has no taste anymore. It is just a burning sensation. "Is that where you went?" I ask. My voice is quiet, almost conversational. "After you cleaned the gun, did you go to the coast to get a different kind of air?" The room does not change. The clock still ticks. The world does not end. She does not flinch or pale. She simply steps fully into the room and closes the door behind her with a soft, definitive click. "That is the story you've decided on," she says. "It is not a question." "It is the only one that fits all the evidence," I reply. "The evidence no one else was looking for." She walks to the bookshelf, trailing her fingers along the spines of the books. "You think you want the truth, but you don't. The truth is messy. It is ugly. What we have now is clean. It is safe." Safe, I let out a short, harsh breath that is not a laugh. "You framed me for murder." Finally, she turns to face me. Her eyes are not triumphant now. They are impatient, as if I am a slow student failing to grasp a simple lesson. "I gave you an alibi. I gave you a narrative, a crime of passion, a moment of weakness. It was believable. It was human. Your own story, the wronged wife, the vengeful husband, it was weak. It had no teeth. I gave it teeth." I stare at her, the sheer, chilling audacity of her revision of history freezing the air in my lungs. "You shot her." "I solved a problem," she corrects, her voice flat and cool. "She was a problem for you, and she was a problem for me. I removed her, and I gave you the perfect cover. Your guilt, your panic, your pathetic performance on the stand, it was all perfect. It made you look innocent." The pieces, the terrible, logical pieces, click into place. My affair was not the betrayal, it was the catalyst. She hadn't been sitting at home, a wounded spouse. She had been engineering a solution. My public humiliation was just a piece of the machinery. My emotional collapse was part of the design. "You never intended for me to be convicted," I whisper, the understanding a sickness in my gut. "Of course not," she says, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "That would have been a waste. This way we both win. You are free of her, and you are forever bound to me. You can never leave, because you will always know that your freedom was my creation. You are my masterpiece." She walks toward the door, her purpose here complete. She has given me the answer I thought I wanted. She has shown me the blueprint of my prison. "Get some sleep," she says, her hand on the doorknob. "We'll leave for the coast in the morning. The sea air will be good for you." She leaves, and I am alone with the truth. It is not a key. It is another, heavier lock. I look at the drawer where the gun lies. I could take it out. I could end this. But she has already calculated that too. A second death, a suicide after a hard-won acquittal. It would only confirm the narrative of a tortured, guilty conscience. It would be the final chapter of her story. So I do nothing. I finish the whiskey. I turn off the light. I walk upstairs and lie down in the bed beside her. I listen to the rhythm of her breathing, steady and untroubled. She is already asleep, secure in the world she has built for us. A world where she is the architect, the warden, and the sole beneficiary of a truth so monstrous that speaking it aloud would only make me its next victim. The trial was not the end. It was the beginning of her reign. The sea air is thick with salt and the cries of gulls. We rent a cottage perched on a cliff, its white walls stark against the bruised blue of the sky. Delilah seems to breathe easier here. She buys local fish from the market and cooks it with herbs from the small, wind-bent garden. She reads on the terrace, her hair tied back, a picture of contentment. I try to write, but the words are ash. Every sentence I form is a lie, and I am so tired of lying. I take long walks along the shore, the wind whipping my coat, the crash of the waves a constant roar that almost drowns out the noise in my head. I think about walking into the water, letting the cold Atlantic silence the endless, looping questions. But she would find a way to make even that a part of her narrative. The troubled man, finally succumbing to the guilt he so cleverly evaded. She would play the grieving widow beautifully. It would be her finest role. One afternoon, I returned from a walk to find her not on the terrace, but standing at my small writing desk in the living room. She is holding a sheet of paper. My heart seizes. It is the only page I have managed to fill, a rambling, incoherent thing, a confession without a crime, a plea without a recipient. She looks up as I enter. There is no anger on her face, only a mild clinical interest. "This is very self-indulgent," she says, her voice calm. "All this angst, this hand-wringing, you're still thinking like a victim." She lets the paper fall from her fingers. It flutters to the floor. "You need a new project, a purpose. This isn't it." She walks toward me, stopping close enough that I can smell the jasmine soap she uses. "We are safe, we are secure, we have wealth in each other. Most people would kill for what we have." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips, in a manner of speaking. I cannot move. I am pinned by her gaze, by the sheer, unassailable force of her will. "I was thinking," she continues, as if discussing the weather, "that we should get involved in philanthropy. Criminal justice reform, perhaps. Your story is so compelling. A man wrongfully accused, saved by the system. We could do a lot of good. It would give you a platform, a voice." And I see it then, the next stage of her design. We would become champions of the innocent, a living testament to the fallibility of the courts. My face would be on brochures, my name on a foundation. Every speech I gave, every dollar we raised would be a monument to her genius, a public reaffirmation of the lie we lived. I would become her most public exhibit, proof of her power to not only shape our private world, but the world outside. She waits for my response, her head tilted. She is not asking, she is presenting the next chapter. I look past her through the window at the endless gray horizon. There is no escape. There is only the path she lays out, a gilded road that leads deeper into the labyrinth. My consent is irrelevant. It has been from the beginning. "Whatever you think is best," I say, my voice hollow. She nods, satisfied. "Good, I'll start making some calls." She leaves me standing there, the discarded page at my feet. I bend down and pick it up. I don't crumple it or tear it. I walk to the fireplace and place it carefully on the cold grate. I strike a match and watch as the edges blacken and curl, the words vanishing into smoke and heat. It is a small, futile act of rebellion, but it is all I have. The performance is over. The rest of my life has begun. The smoke from the burned page leaves a faint, acrid smell in the room, a scent of finality. I open the window to let in the sea air, but it does little to clear the heaviness. Delilah is on the phone in the next room, her voice a low, confident murmur. She is already building the next set, casting the next roles. Weeks later, we are back in the city, and the machinery of our new life begins to turn. There are meetings with lawyers, not the criminal kind, but the ones who establish foundations. There are lunches with influential people who look at me with a mixture of pity and curiosity. I am the prop, the survivor. Delilah is the director, the driving force. She speaks for me, her hand often resting on my arm, a gesture that looks like support but feels like a leash. We are in a hotel ballroom for our first major fundraiser. I am wearing another new suit, chosen by her. The lights are bright, the chatter is a deafening hum. I am introduced, and I stand to a wave of applause that feels like a physical pressure. I look out at the sea of faces, all these people who believe in the story of my innocence, who see me as a symbol of hope. Their faith is a weight on my chest. I give the speech she wrote for me. The words are about truth and justice and second chances. They taste like metal in my mouth. My voice is steady. I have become a better actor than I ever was on the witness stand. When I finish, the applause is thunderous. Delilah stands and kisses my cheek, her eyes shining with genuine tears for the audience to see. In that moment, I understand that her performance is not a lie to her. It is her truth. She has rewritten reality, and she believes in the new version completely. Later in the car home, she is exhilarated. "Did you see their faces?" she says, her hand squeezing my knee. "We can really make a difference." I nod, looking out the window at the passing lights. I think of Malia, not with passion or grief, but with a dull, distant ache. She has become a footnote, a plot point in the grand narrative Delilah is writing. I am no longer mourning a lover. I am mourning myself. We pull into the driveway of our beautiful, silent house. As we walk to the door, I notice the jasmine plant by the steps has grown unruly, its tendrils reaching out to snag on the brickwork. Delilah sees it too. "That needs to be trimmed back," she says, her voice crisp. "It's getting out of control." I look at the plant, at its wild, desperate growth, and for a moment I see myself. I follow her inside, into the clean, ordered space she has curated. I hang my suit jacket in the closet, a perfect replica of a free man returning home. I know I will wake up tomorrow and do it all again. The performance is endless, and the only audience that matters is the one person who knows it is all a lie, and the one person who no longer cares. The next morning, I am the one who goes into the garden with the shears. The jasmine is indeed wild, a tangle of green and white that seems to defy the order of the house. I do not trim it back carefully. I cut it down to the roots, my hands moving with a violence that is foreign to me. The thick, sweet scent of the severed vines rises around me, cloying and suffocating. When I am done, a raw, ugly patch of earth is all that remains. Delilah watches from the kitchen window. She does not come out. She does not say a word. Her silence is a verdict of its own. That evening, a manila envelope arrives by courier. There is no return address. Inside, I find a stack of photographs. They are of Malia, not the posed, smiling photos the newspapers used, but candid shots. Malia laughing in a park, Malia reading on a bench, Malia looking over her shoulder, a faint, worried crease between her brows. The last photo is different. It is a grainy, long-lens image of the carriage house taken from a distance. The timestamp in the corner is from the afternoon she died. A figure is visible, blurred but unmistakable, slipping through the side door. It is not me. The figure is smaller, wearing a trench coat I have seen hanging in our own front hall. My hands are trembling. I look up and find Delilah standing in the doorway of my study. She has been waiting for this. "Who sent these?" I ask, my voice a ragged whisper. "It doesn't matter," she says. "What matters is that I have the negatives. I have all the copies. This is the only one." She walks forward and plucks the photograph of the carriage house from my numb fingers. She holds it up, studying it with a detached air. "A private investigator," she says. "The one you hired to follow her. He was very thorough and very expensive. Luckily, I was able to match his price and then exceed it." The world tilts. The investigator I had hired in a fit of jealous paranoia, the one who had found nothing but empty afternoons and solitary walks. He had found this, and he had sold it to her. "This could have exonerated me," I say. She tears the photograph in half, then in half again, letting the pieces fall into the wastebasket by my desk. "No," she corrects softly. "It would have convicted me. There is a difference, and you would have been left with nothing. No wife, no story, no purpose. This way you have everything." She turns and leaves me there, surrounded by the ghost of the evidence that could have saved me, destroyed by the one person who had sworn to stand by me. I look at the torn pieces in the bin. They are not just a photograph. They are the last shred of a different future, a different truth. And now they are gone. The lock on my cage, which I had thought could not be any tighter, clicks shut with a final, silent certainty. There is no one to tell. There is nothing left to prove. There is only the life she has built, and my endless, complicit walk through its beautiful, hollow rooms. The days that follow have a new quality. The air in the house feels thinner, as if all the oxygen has been burned away by the truth. I move through my duties for the foundation with a kind of automated precision. I am a well-programmed machine. Delilah watches me, her gaze both approving and wary, like a trainer observing a once wild animal that has finally learned to obey. We are at a donor dinner, a small, exclusive affair in a penthouse overlooking the city. I am seated next to a woman whose son is serving a life sentence. Her eyes are raw with a hope that is painful to witness. She clutches my arm, her fingers cold and desperate. "Your story gives me faith," she whispers. "It proves the system can correct itself." I look across the table at Delilah. She is listening to a wealthy industrialist, her head tilted in a gesture of rapt attention. She feels my gaze and her eyes flicker toward me for just a second. There is no warmth in them, only a silent command: perform. I turn back to the woman, placing my hand over hers. Never give up, I say, the words ash in my mouth. There is always a way. Later in the bathroom, I stare at my reflection in the mirror. The man who looks back is a stranger, well-dressed and respectable, his eyes empty. I think about the torn photograph, about the private investigator. I wonder how many other threads of truth Delilah has snipped and tucked away. I wonder if there is a single part of my life she has not engineered. When I return to the table, dessert is being served. Delilah is laughing at something the industrialist has said, a light musical sound. She glances at me and a small, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. It is not a smile of affection. It is a smile of ownership. She has won. The war I didn't even know we were fighting is over, and I am the prize. The drive home is silent. The city lights slide past the windows, a river of cold jewels. We enter the house, and the familiar stillness envelops us. She hangs up her coat and turns to me. "You were very good tonight," she says. "You gave that woman exactly what she needed." She walks upstairs, and I am left standing in the foyer. I do not follow her. I walk to the study and pour a whiskey I will not drink. I stand at the window, looking out at the dark garden, at the patch of earth where the jasmine once grew. Nothing has been planted in its place. I understand now that my prison is not just of her making. I built the walls myself, with my vanity, my fear, my desperate need for the clean, safe life she offered. The key was never in a photograph or a confession. The key was a choice I was too cowardly to make. Now the choice is gone. There's only the long, quiet walk down the path she laid, a path that stretches all the way to the horizon with no turns, no exits, and no end in sight. The whiskey glass is cool and smooth in my hand. I don't drink. I just hold it, feeling the solid weight of it, the potential of it. I could throw it. I could shatter the window and let the cold night in. But the sound would bring her downstairs. It would be another scene, another performance where I play the unhinged man and she the concerned wife. So I place the glass down, untouched, on the desk. I turn off the light and walk through the dark house. It feels less like a home and more like a museum dedicated to a life that never truly existed. Every piece of furniture, every piece of art was selected by her to convey a specific story. Our story, the story of us. I do not go to the bedroom. I go to the spare room at the end of the hall, a small, neutral space she has never bothered to decorate. I lie down on the narrow bed and stare at the ceiling. I wait for the sound of her footsteps, for the door to open and her silhouette to fill the frame, demanding I return to my place. But the sound never comes. The house remains silent. And in that silence, I realize her control is so absolute, so confident that she can even grant me the illusion of a small rebellion. She knows I have nowhere else to go. She knows the bars are not on the windows, but in my mind. My staying in this room is not an act of defiance. It is just another part of her design, a pressure valve to keep the machine from breaking. She has thought of everything. She has even thought of my despair. And she has allowed it because it, too, serves her purpose. The sun will rise, and I will get up, and I will continue. There is nothing else. The next morning, I wake to the smell of coffee. I return to our bedroom to change. The bed on her side is perfectly made. She is downstairs, dressed in a crisp white shirt, reading the Financial Times. She does not look up as I enter the kitchen. "There's coffee," she says, her voice neutral. "We have a meeting with the architects at 10. We're finalizing the plans for the community center." I pour a cup and sit across from her. The silence is a living thing in the room. She turns a page. I watch her hands, the same hands that tore the photograph, now calmly holding the newspaper. I think of the gun in the drawer upstairs, not as a means of escape, but as a piece of the set dressing, another prop in our play. "The spare room," I say. My voice is rough with disuse. She looks up then, her gaze level and utterly calm. "Yes. The mattress is uncomfortable." She considers this for a moment, as if I have commented on the weather. "I'll have it replaced," she says. "We can't have you losing sleep." She returns to her paper. The conversation is over. She has acknowledged my minor discomfort and has moved to solve it efficiently and without sentiment. There is no anger, no reproach for my absence from our marital bed. There is only management. I am a variable in her equation, and she has just balanced me. We go to the meeting. I shake hands with the architects. I nod at the blueprints. I speak when spoken to. My performance is flawless because it is no longer a performance. It is who I am now. The man who was accused, the man who was saved, the man who is building a legacy on a foundation of sand. I am her living, breathing monument, and a monument does not need to feel. It only needs to stand. Story 3. The sound was a dry click, like a beetle scuttling across a pane of glass, and it was the only thing in the silence. It came again, a precise metronomic punctuation in the heavy air of the library. Click, then nothing. Click. I counted the breaths between them, my own held tight in my chest. It was the sound of a life running out, the final few grains of sand in an hourglass, and it was coming from the fireplace. I rose from the leather chair, the material sighing as it released me, and crossed the Persian rug, its patterns a blurred map of some forgotten empire. There, nestled in the cold gray ash, was a man-esque gold pocket watch, its crystal face shattered, its hands frozen at 307. The click was the sound of its broken mechanism trying and failing to advance one single tortured second. I picked it up. The metal was cold, a dead weight in my palm. It belonged to Colton. He had been bragging about its antique value just hours before he died. They called me to this house, this mausoleum of stone and secrets named Blackwater Manor, because of my reputation. I find things, I find people, I find truths that others have buried deep. But this truth was buried in plain sight, walking among us in the skin of a killer. The invitation had been a summons, elegant script on heavy cardstock, promising a weekend of intellectual discourse and fine brandy at the remote estate of the reclusive Eli the Judge. It was a lie, of course. The storm saw to that, rolling in from the sea hours after we arrived, cutting the power, severing the phone lines, washing out the only bridge back to the world. We were 9 strangers, then 8, then 7, trapped in a cage of gilded opulence and driving rain. Colton was the first, the designated victim. We found him in the morning at the foot of the grand staircase, his neck broken, his face a mask of surprise. An accident, someone suggested, a tragic slip on the wet marble, but I saw the way his body lay, the unnatural angle of his limbs, and I knew. The pocket watch, clutched in his hand when he fell, was a message. A countdown had begun. The judge held court in the drawing room, his voice a calm, judicial instrument cutting through the rising panic. "We must remain rational," he said, his hands steepled under his chin. "There is no need for hysteria. The storm will pass, help will come." But his eyes, pale and assessing, scanned each of us, weighing, judging. He was a man who believed the world could be ordered into neat compartments of guilt and innocence. This house was proving him wrong. Dallas the soldier stood by the window, his broad back to the room, watching the rain lash the glass. He was a man carved from oak and old pane, his movements economical, his silence a wall. "No one slipped," he said without turning around. That was a takedown, a professional one. He finally looked at us, his gaze lingering on each face. Someone in this room knows how to kill a man quietly. Marina, the housekeeper, moved through the chaos like a ghost, her hands fluttering, straightening a candlestick, wiping a speck of dust from a sideboard. Her fear was a palpable scent, like ozone after a lightning strike. She was tied to this place, its rhythms and its shadows, and she knew something she would not say. Chris the doctor knelt by the body, his fingers probing with a clinical detachment that felt obscene. "The cervical fracture is consistent with a fall," he announced, but his voice lacked conviction. He was a man of science, and science was failing him here, in this house of sudden, violent poetry. Hank the young rebel laughed, a sharp, ugly sound, so the old man took a tumble, good for him. He was a bore anyway, but his bravado was thin, a cheap coat of paint over rotting wood. His eyes darted around the room, guilty and fearful. Lena the devout woman clutched a small silver cross at her throat. "It is a judgment," she whispered, her voice raspy with fervor. "The Lord is cleansing this house of its iniquities. We must repent, we must confess our sins." Her words hung in the air, a poisonous invitation. Kenneth the servant and his wife, Daphne, stood in the doorway, huddled together. Kenneth's face was a grim mask of duty, but Daphne's was a landscape of pure terror. She looked at each of us as if we were monsters from a fevered dream, her body trembling under her simple dress. And then there was Hector the adventurer, with his too white smile and stories of jungles and deserts. He clapped a hand on my shoulder, his grip too tight. "Looks like we've got a real mystery on our hands, detective," he said, his breath smelling of whiskey. "A classic locked room scenario, except the room is a mansion and the lock is a storm." His eyes were too bright, too eager. He was enjoying this. The days bled into a haze of fear and suspicion. The dreamlike quality of the siege took hold. Shadows lengthened and twisted in the candlelight. Sounds became distorted. The groan of the old house was a footstep. The howl of the wind was a scream. We ate in silence, the clink of silverware against china like a death knell. We watched each other, our eyes meeting over the flickering flames, seeing not faces but potential masks of a murderer. The second death was Marina. They found her in the linen closet, a place of clean, ordered scents now violated by the coppery tang of blood. She had been strangled with a length of silk cord, the same kind used to tie back the heavy velvet drapes in the ballroom. There was no struggle, no sound. It was an intimate killing. The killer had been close to her, close enough to see the life leave her eyes. Her secret died with her, whatever it was. Paranoia is a subtle poison. It doesn't shout, it whispers. It unspools the threads of your sanity one by one. I found myself staring at the patterns in the wood grain on the floor, seeing faces, seeing accusations. The line between what I observed and what I imagined began to blur. Did I see Dallas slip a steak knife from the dinner table and hide it in his sleeve? Or was it just a trick of the light? Did I hear Lena muttering prayers that sounded like curses? Or was it the wind in the chimney? Hank was the next to break. He cornered me in the library, his face slick with sweat. "It's the soldier," he hissed. "It has to be. He is a trained killer. He is crazy. You saw his eyes." He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in. "I know things, okay? I've done things, but I didn't kill anyone. You have to believe me." He was a boy pretending to be a man, and the pretense was crumbling. He didn't last the night. They found him in the conservatory, surrounded by the skeletal remains of exotic plants, a pair of silver gardening shears buried in his chest. The cocky young rebel was gone, replaced by a slack-jawed boy, his final secret forever unspoken. The revelations came not in a flood, but in slow, chilling drips. I found a letter in Marina's room, tucked inside a hymnal. It was from Colton, dated 20 years prior. It spoke of a child, a girl, given up for adoption. It spoke of a payment to ensure silence. Marina was not just the housekeeper. She was Colton's discarded past. Daphne, the servant's wife, found me while I was staring out at the unrelenting rain. She spoke in a broken whisper, her story tumbling out in ragged pieces. She told me of a man who came to the house years ago, a charming, reckless man who seduced her, promised her things, Hector. She told me she had a child, a son that Hector never knew about. The boy died a year later, a fever that a doctor could have treated if they had the money, if Hector had been there. Her grief was a raw, open wound. Kenneth knew, she said. He knew, and he had hated Hector ever since, his quiet servitude a cover for a bottomless rage. The pieces were there, scattered on the floor like the shards of Colton's watch, but they didn't fit. The killings were too clean, too deliberate. They felt like enactments, a performance of divine retribution. Lena's words echoed in my mind, a judgment. The climax came in the storm's final, furious hour. We were in the great hall, the remaining few. Eli, Dallas, Chris, Lina, Hector, Kenneth, and myself. The candles guttered, throwing frantic shadows on the walls. I laid it out for them, my voice the only steady thing in the shaking room. Colton was killed for a past sin, a daughter he abandoned, I said. Marina was killed because she was that sin made flesh, a living reminder. Hank was killed for his arrogance, his cruelty, the things he bragged about in whispers. This isn't random. This is a purge. Hector laughed, but it was strained. So who is it? The holy roller, he pointed at Lena. The good doctor, he gestured to Chris, or the silent judge. It's you, Kenneth said, his voice low and deadly. He stepped forward, his usual deference gone. You destroyed my wife. You killed my son as sure as if you held a pillow over his face. He held up a knife taken from the kitchen. It ends tonight. But Dallas moved faster. In one fluid motion, he had Kenneth disarmed, the knife clattering to the stone floor, Kenneth's arm twisted behind his back. Not like this, the soldier grunted. It was then that I saw it, the final, terrible truth. While all eyes were on Kenneth and Hector, on the drama of a cuckolded husband's revenge, Eli the judge moved. He didn't rush. He walked to the fireplace, picked up a heavy iron poker, and with a calm, almost ceremonial swing, brought it down on Hector's skull. The sound was a wet, final thud. Hector crumpled without a sound. Silence, the storm, as if on cue, began to subside. Eli turned to us, the poker still in his hand, his face serene. "Justice," he said. But it wasn't I looked at Lena. She was smiling, a small, beatific smile, and I understood, the judge and the devout, a partnership of fanaticism. He was the hand and she was the voice. She identified the sin and he delivered the sentence. They weren't punishing the others for their own secrets. They were punishing them for his secret, for the secret they shared. It was never about their sins, I said, my voice quiet in the vast room. It was about yours. Eli looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a crack in his marble composure. Hector was your son, wasn't he? I continued. The reckless, embarrassing son who squandered the family money, who seduced servants, who shamed the great Judge Eli. And these people, they all knew a piece of it. Colton knew the family history. Marina served the family for decades. Hank heard rumors in town. You couldn't have your perfect legacy tarnished. So you invited us all here, your living regrets, and you and Lena in your twisted righteousness decided to clean house, to erase every stain. Lena's smile didn't fade. The Lord works in mysterious ways, she whispered. Dallas released Kenneth, his eyes wide with horror. Chris the doctor simply stared, his rational world shattered. I did nothing. What was there to do? Arrest them. For what? The world was outside again, the rain had stopped, and in a few hours the authorities would arrive. They would find a scene of tragic, storm-induced madness, a series of terrible accidents and desperate acts of violence. They would believe the story of the respected judge. They always do. I walked to the grand front door, its oak solid and cold beneath my hand. I pulled it open. The morning air was clean and sharp, washing over the stink of blood and fear and old secrets. The sky was a pale, innocent blue. Behind me, in the tomb of Blackwater Manor, the silence was absolute. I stepped out onto the gravel drive, the stones crunching under my feet. I did not look back. I left the case, the bodies, the unanswered questions, the perfect, untouchable evil of it all, right there in that house by the sea. I just walked down the long, winding drive, away from the sound of the clock that had finally, mercifully stopped ticking. The road ahead was empty, and the silence that followed me was my own. The gravel shifted from the crunch of my steps to the soft thud of packed earth as I reached the main road. It was a narrow lane, hemmed in by dripping pines, the air thick with the smell of wet bark and damp earth. The silence was a physical presence, broken only by the distant, rhythmic crash of waves against the cliffs far below. I walked without a destination, my coat damp from the lingering mist. The image of Eli's serene face and Lena's beatific smile burned onto the back of my eyelids. A car approached from behind, the first I had seen or heard in days. It was a black sedan, sleek and official. It slowed as it drew level with me, the passenger window sliding down with a quiet hum. The man inside had a tired, competent face, a detective's face. He looked me up and down, taking in my rumpled clothes, the hollow look in my eyes. "You're a long way from anywhere," he said, his voice neutral. "You come from Blackwater Manor." I stopped walking and looked at him. I could have told him everything. The pocket watch, the silk cord, the gardening shears, the iron poker. I could have laid out the whole ugly tapestry of sin and judgment woven by a mad judge and his fanatical accomplice. I could have tried to make him see the truth that was, in its own horrifying way, perfectly logical. Instead, I just nodded. I was a guest. We got a call about some trouble out there once the lines were restored. A lot of frantic, confusing reports. You able to tell me what happened? The words were there, lined up in my throat, but they felt meaningless. They were just sounds that would be written down on a form, filed away in a cabinet, and ultimately forgot. The law was a blunt instrument, designed for messy, impulsive crimes, not for the cold, surgical purges of a man like Eli. He would have a story ready, a masterpiece of misdirection that painted himself as a hero, a survivor. They would believe him. It was the storm, I said, my voice flat and distant, even to my own ears. People got scared. There were accidents, a few arguments that got out of hand. It's all a bit of a blur. The detective watched me for a long moment, his eyes searching mine. He knew I was lying. He could smell the death on me, the metaphysical stink of complicity. But he was a practical man. My story was clean. It was easy. It fit the narrative of a natural disaster leading to human tragedy. "You need a ride into town?" he finally asked. "No," I said, "I'll walk." He gave a curt nod and the window slid up. The car pulled away, its tires whispering on the damp asphalt, and disappeared around a bend. I was alone again with the silence and the sea. I had left the case behind, but I knew it would never leave me. It was inside me now, a part of my own story. I had looked into the heart of a meticulously crafted evil, and I had walked away. Not because I was a coward, but because I understood in that final moment that some truths are too perfectly buried to ever be dug up. Some houses are best left to their secrets. I kept walking, the empty road stretching out before me, a long gray line leading away from the sea. The town, when I reached it hours later, was a postcard of normalcy. Washing hung on lines, a dog barked behind a fence, a shopkeeper swept his step. The world had continued to turn while we were trapped in our Gothic nightmare. I found a small, quiet hotel on the main street, the kind of place that asked no questions. The room was plain, with floral wallpaper and a window that looked out onto a brick wall. It was perfect. I slept for 16 hours. When I woke, it was dark again. The silence of the room was different from the silence of the manor. It was just silence, empty and without accusation. I showered, the hot water scalding my skin, trying to wash away the phantom chill of that place. I dressed in the cleanest of my soiled clothes and went down to the bar. It was there, nursing a whiskey that tasted of smoke and forgetfulness, that I saw the newspaper. It was yesterday's edition, left on the stool beside me. The headline was small, tucked below the fold. Tragedy ATBLACKWATER Manor. I didn't want to read it, but my hand moved of its own accord, smoothing the paper on the sticky wood of the bar. The account was brief and sanitized. A weekend gathering at the remote estate of retired Judge Eli had been struck by tragedy during the severe storm. A guest, Mr. Colton, had suffered a fatal fall. In the ensuing isolation and panic, several other guests had perished in what authorities were calling a series of tragic accidents and misunderstandings. The judge and his companion, Ms. Lena, were hailed as survivors who had done their best to maintain order. There was no mention of a pocket watch, of silk cords, or of a divine purge. The story was a clean, simple lie, and it was already being accepted as truth. I finished my whiskey and ordered another. The burn was a familiar comfort. I thought of Dallas and Chris and Kenneth and Daphne, what stories they would tell if they told any at all. Their versions would be fractured, tinged with the madness of those days. They would be the unreliable ones. Eli, the pillar of the community, would be believed. A week passed. I did not leave the town. I walked its streets, I ate in its diners, I became a temporary fixture, a quiet man with no past and no apparent future. I was waiting, though I didn't know for what. Then a package arrived at the hotel for me. It was a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. My heart was a cold, hard stone in my chest as I took it to my room. I used my pocket knife to slice the tape. Inside, nestled on a bed of white cotton, was a book. It was a handsome, leather-bound volume, its cover tooled with an intricate, familiar pattern. It was the same pattern as the Persian rug in the drawing room of Blackwater Manor, the map of a forgotten empire. I opened it. The pages were filled with Eli's precise, elegant script. It was not a confession. It was a ledger, a record. Each entry was a name, a date, and a sin. Colton, Marina, Hank, Hector, and others, names I did not recognize, going back years. Next to each was a brief, chilling notation of the judgment rendered. It was his masterpiece, his final verdict on the world he believed he was entitled to cleanse. There was a note tucked into the front cover. The handwriting was different, a spidery, feminine scrawl I recognized as Lena S. It contained only a single, handwritten line from the Book of Proverbs. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord pondereth the hearts. It was not an apology, it was a justification, and it was a challenge. They knew I knew, they knew I had walked away. And this was their way of pulling me back in, of letting me know that their work was not finished, that the ledger was not closed. They were out there, right in their own eyes, and I was now the keeper of their terrible truth. I closed the book. The weight of it in my hands was greater than the cold metal of Colton S. watch. I walked to the window and looked out at the brick wall. I could burn it. I could throw it in the river. I could bury it and try to forget. But I knew I wouldn't. A man who finds things can never truly unfind them. The case was not closed. It had simply been passed to a new investigator. The silence was over. The clock was ticking again, its sound now a quiet, persistent whisper in the back of my mind, counting down to a confrontation I could no longer avoid. The book became my constant companion, a dark weight in the bottom of my bag. I checked out of the hotel and took a train to the city, losing myself in its anonymous crowds. For days, I did nothing but read and reread Eli's ledger in the silence of a rented room. The entries were clinical, detached. He wrote of ending lives with the same dispassionate tone a man might use to record stock dividends. Lena's note was the only flicker of fanaticism, the spiritual fuel for his cold engine. I cross-referenced the names I didn't know, obituaries, old news reports, a businessman who died in a suspicious fire, a socialite whose overdose was ruled accidental, a political rival ruined by a timely scandal. All of them were people who had in some way crossed the path of Judge Eli or his son. All of them were entries in his book. Hector's recklessness had provided the targets, and Eli's warped morality had provided the sentence. Lena had merely sanctified the slaughter. This was bigger than Blackwater Manor. The storm had been a convenient pressure cooker, but the conspiracy was years in the making. They weren't finished. The ledger had blank pages at the back. The decision to act was not born of heroism, but of a grim, personal necessity. I could not live with the knowledge that I was now a part of their record-keeping, a silent witness they had deemed unworthy of judgment. Yet to move against them directly was suicide. Eli was a former judge, connected, brilliant. Lena was his shield of faith. They were untouchable through conventional means. I needed a different kind of weapon. I needed to speak the language they understood best, secrets. My first visit was to Daphne and Kenneth. I found them in a small apartment in a neighboring county, living off what was left of their savings. They were broken people, their grief a palpable thing in a small, tidy space. When I showed them the ledger, when they saw their own story reduced to a few lines in Eli's hand, a strange resolve hardened in Kenneth's eyes. The quiet servant was gone, replaced by a man with nothing left to lose. He gave me a name, a date, a memory of a conversation he overheard between Eli and a powerful, corrupt police commissioner. It was a small thread, but it was a start. Next was Dallas. Tracking down a soldier who didn't want to be found took time, but I found him working as a mechanic in a dusty town hundreds of miles away. He was quieter, the violence in him banked to a low simmer. He didn't want the ledger. He didn't want to talk. But when I told him that Eli and Lena were still out there, that the ledger had blank pages, he just nodded. Some battles Dante end when the shooting stops, he said. He had no evidence to give, but he gave me a warning. He is not a man, he is a force of nature. You don't stop a tornado, you just get out of its path. Chris the doctor had retreated into his practice, burying himself in work. He was the most reluctant, the most terrified. The rational world was his sanctuary, and I was dragging him back into the nightmare. But he was also a man of science, of evidence. The ledger, for all its horror, was evidence. He confirmed the cause of death for one of the names, a man whose accidental drowning had always seemed medically improbable to him. It was another thread. I wove my net slowly, carefully, from the shadows. I used payphones and anonymous mail drops. I sent carefully redacted photocopies of ledger entries to journalists, to internal affairs, to political opponents of the men named in its pages. I was not accusing Eli directly. I was simply sowing seeds of doubt, releasing ghosts from his past. I was turning his own weapon, the secret, against him. The first crack appeared a month later. A headline about the police commissioner suddenly retiring for personal reasons. A week after that, a follow-up piece, more speculative, mentioning an old, unsolved case that was being re-examined. The house of cards was trembling. The letter arrived at my new flophouse room a few days after that. The paper was expensive, the script Eli-esque, it was short. I misjudged you. I thought you a man who understood the value of walking away. It seems you are merely a collector of trinkets, a curator of chaos. Every collection must eventually be catalogued. I will see to it personally. It was not a threat, it was a promise. He was coming for me. The game was in the open now. The hunter and the hunted, roles clearly defined. I looked at the ledger on my small table, then out the window at the city's endless, teeming lights. I had started this to silence the ticking in my head, but the sound was louder now, a drumbeat marching toward a finale I could no longer avoid. I packed the ledger into my bag. It was time to stop sending ghosts from the past. It was time to face the man who created them. I took a train heading east, toward the one place I knew held the final piece of the puzzle. The city was a fortress for a man like Eli, a maze of influence and shadows, but he had a past, a root system, and roots always lead back to the earth they sprang from. I was going to his beginning, the town where he was born and raised, the place where Hector was buried. The journey was a blur of grimy windows and rattling tracks. I slept with the ledger under my head like a stone pillow. When I arrived, the town was smaller than I expected. A quiet, forgotten place nestled in rolling hills. The cemetery was on a rise overlooking the main street, the stones old and weathered. I found Hector's plot easily. It was newer than the others, the earth still slightly settled. The headstone was simple, too simple for a judge's son, just his name and dates. There were no fresh flowers, no signs of recent visitation. It was a grave of convenience, a piece of stage dressing. I stood there for a long time, the wind pulling at my coat. This was the source of it all, the shame that Eli had tried to bury under a mountain of corpses. But standing there, I felt nothing. No revelation, no grand understanding. Just a dead boy and a bitter old man. A voice spoke from behind me, soft and familiar. He never came here, you know, not even once after the funeral. I didn't turn, I had been expecting her. Lena stood a few feet away, dressed in a simple gray coat, her hands clasped as if in prayer. She looked smaller away from the manor, less a prophet and more a lonely woman. He sent me, she continued, to maintain the appearance of a grieving family. But his grief was not for the son he lost. It was for the legacy that was spoiled. "Why are you here, Lena?" I asked, finally turning to face her. "Did he send you to finish the cataloging?" She smiled her small, beatific smile. "He believes you are a loose end, a problem to be solved. I see you differently. I see you as a test." "A test of what?" "Of faith," she said, her eyes gleaming with a soft light. "Our work is divine. It is a purification. But every faith must have its doubter, its Thomas, who must see the wounds to believe. You are our Thomas. You have seen the wounds, you hold the ledger, and yet you still do not believe." "I believe you, Ray, both murderers," I said flatly. We are instruments, she corrected, her voice still gentle. The world is cluttered with sin, we tidy it. We thought you understood that when you walked away. Your silence was a form of assent, but now you make noise. You scatter our tidiness to the wind. I took a step toward her. Where is he, Lina? He is where he has always been, in his chamber of justice. He knew you would come here. He said you were a man who could not help but follow a thread to its source. He is waiting for you at the manor. A cold dread, deeper than any I had felt in the storm, trickled down my spine. He wasn't running. He was inviting me back. He had reset the stage. "It is a trap," I said. "It is a conclusion," she replied, "the final entry in the ledger. He has written it already. He is just waiting for you to live it." She turned and began to walk away, her figure soon swallowed by the rows of headstones. I was left alone with the wind and the dead. I looked down at Hector's grave. He was the first victim and the last piece. Eli was at Blackwater Manor, waiting in the silence we had left behind. He had chosen the battlefield. He had written the script. My part was to show up and play my role. I left the cemetery and walked back to the train station. The eastbound train I had arrived on was still there, hissing on the tracks. I did not board it. Instead, I bought a ticket going west. He could wait in his Gothic tomb with his certainty and his poker. I was not his Thomas, needing to see his wounds. I was a different kind of man altogether. I was the one who would quietly, methodically, burn his entire world to the ground, and I would not be there to watch the flames. The ledger was not a record of his justice. It was a map of his destruction, and I knew how to read a map. The train west was a local, stopping at every small town and forgotten crossing. I got off at the third stop, a place with a single grain silo and a dusty general store. It was not my destination, merely a place to disappear. I found a room above a bar that smelled of stale beer and old wood, and I began the real work. Eli believed in the power of the secret, the leverage of a single, damning truth. I believed in the weight of public record, the corrosive drip of many small facts. The ledger was not my weapon, it was my quarry. I spent days in the local library, using their single, whirring computer to access newspaper archives and public databases. I cross-referenced every name, every date, every accident and tragedy. I compiled timelines, noted inconsistencies, tracked the movements of Eli and his son in the weeks leading up to each event. I did not look for a judge, I looked for a pattern, the ghost in the machine, and I found it. It was always business. A rival S factory would burn, and Eli S shell company would acquire the land for pennies. A critic S reputation would be shattered, and a bill Eli supported would pass without opposition. Hector was the blunt instrument, the chaotic son who created opportunities. Eli was the strategist who exploited them. Lena was the moral absolution, the balm for his conscience. My anonymous mailings became more precise. I did not send the ledger, I sent my findings. A timeline of the Commissioner's sudden wealth increase following the suicide of a witness in a case against him. A property record showing Eli's hidden ownership of a warehouse next to a rival S business that had mysteriously flooded. I was not accusing him of murder. I was accusing him of corruption, of fraud, of conspiracy. Crimes the world understood, crimes that could be prosecuted. A month passed, the whispers became murmurs, then a low rumble. I saw Eli's name in a major newspaper, connected to a widening scandal involving the retired commissioner. The word reopened was used. The house of cards was not just trembling now, the foundation was cracking. I moved again further west, always staying in the quiet, anonymous places. I knew he would have people looking for me, but I was a ghost in the system, a man with no digital footprint and a bag full of cash. The ticking in my head had not stopped, but it had changed. It was no longer a countdown to my own doom, but a metronome keeping time for Eli's unraveling. The final piece came from an unexpected source. A plain envelope with no postmark was slipped under my door one night. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a photocopy of a page from a different ledger, an older one. It detailed financial transfers from Eli to a private clinic in Switzerland, dated just before Hector's death. The purpose was listed as experimental treatment. It was the one sin Eli had not recorded in his own book, the one act that was not part of his divine purge. He had tried to save his son. He had failed, and his grief had curdled into this monstrous, world-purifying project. There was no note, but I knew it was from Lena. This was her final act of rebellion, her own crisis of faith. She had given me the one thing that could truly break him, not as a judge, but as a man. The proof that his entire crusade was built on the foundation of his own personal, human failure. I did not publish it, I held it. It was the last card, the final checkmate. Weeks later, the news broke. Judge Eli, facing a mountain of evidence for racketeering, fraud, and obstruction of justice, was found in his study at Blackwater Manor. The official report would call it a stroke. The article mentioned he had been under immense stress due to the recent allegations. I knew the truth. The final, perfect order of his world had been shattered by the messy, imperfect justice of the system he had manipulated for so long. His heart, the very organ Lena believed God pondered, had simply given out under the strain of his own exposed hypocrisy. I never saw Lena again. I never went back. I read a small article a year later about a woman matching her description, starting a quiet, austere convent in a remote part of the country. She had found her own way to tidy the world. I sit in a different quiet room now in a different country. The ledger is gone, its evidence absorbed by the proper authorities. The ticking has finally stopped. The silence is just silence. I am just a man who finds things. And sometimes the most important thing you can find is not the truth itself, but the precise, careful way to make the world listen to it. The storm is over. The road ahead is just a road leading on. The road is long and mostly empty. I drive during the day and sleep in motels that all look the same. I do not look for anything anymore. I let the days blur together, the landscape changing outside my window from mountains to desert to plains. It is a kind of healing, this motion without purpose. One afternoon I stop for gas in a small town whose name I forget before I even leave. The sun is high and hot. As I pump the gas, a woman pulls up at the next island. She's struggling with a map, her face creased with frustration. She looks over at me, a silent plea for help in her eyes. For a moment I consider getting back in my car and driving away. I am done with other people's problems. I am done with puzzles, but the habit is too deep. I walk over. "Can I help you find something?" I ask. She smiles, relieved, and points to a spot on the map. I give her the simplest directions, left at the old church, right at the fork, straight on until the paved road ends. She thanks me, her worry gone. It was a small thing, a trivial moment. But as I watch her drive away, a strange feeling settles over me, something I have not felt in a very long time. It is not the grim satisfaction of a case closed or the heavy weight of a secret kept. It is something lighter. It is the simple, quiet peace of having been useful without cost, of having helped without dragging a darkness behind me. I get back in my car and turn the key. The engine rumbles to life. I pull back onto the highway, the white lines stretching out ahead, and for the first time I am not running from or running to. I am just going, and that, I decide, is enough. The car became my world, its hum a constant companion. I ate at diners where the coffee was bitter and the pie was sweet. I listened to the local news on the AM radio, stories of county fairs and school board meetings. I saw no more headlines about fallen judges or police commissioners. That world had receded, becoming as distant as a bad dream upon waking. Weeks turned into months. The seasons changed. I found myself in a northern town where the leaves were turning fire red and gold. I took a job for the first time, not out of need, but out of a faint curiosity. It was manual labor, stacking lumber at a yard. The work was hard and simple, and at the end of the day, my body was tired and my mind was clear. I rented a small cabin on the edge of a lake. The silence there was different from the silence of the flophouse rooms. It was natural, filled with the sound of wind in the pines and water lapping at the shore. One evening I was in the town's only bookstore, a cramped and dusty place. I was not looking for anything in particular, just browsing. My hand trailed across a row of spines and stopped on a familiar name. It was a thick volume of legal history. The author was a professor I had never heard of, but the subject was the evolution of judicial ethics, a dry academic text. I almost moved on, but then I opened it. The prose was dense, dispassionate. It recorded the failures and triumphs of the legal system, with the flat tone of a man recording stock dividends. I bought the book. I took it back to my cabin and read it by the light of a kerosene lamp. It was not a thrilling read, but it was a steadying one. It laid out a system, flawed and human, designed to corral the chaos that men like Eli represented. It was imperfect, often infuriatingly slow, but it was a system. It was the opposite of a ledger in a locked drawer. I finished the book as the first snow began to fall outside my window, dusting the pines in white. I placed it on a shelf next to a few others I had collected. It was just a book. It held no secrets, no ghosts. It was simply a record of how things are and how they might, with effort, be made better. That was all. I stoked the fire in the wood stove and watched the snow fall, feeling the deep, quiet cold of the night and the simple, sufficient warmth of the shelter I had found. The spring thaw came, and with it, a restlessness I hadn't felt in months. The lumber yard work was steady, but the quiet of the cabin began to feel less like peace and more like a waiting room. I packed my few belongings into the car one morning without a real plan, just a sense that it was time to move again. The road was calling, not as an escape, but as a place to be. I drove south following the retreat of winter. I avoided the interstates, sticking to the two-lane highways that wound through small towns and past forgotten fields. I was in no hurry. I stopped when I saw something interesting, a historical marker, a peculiar rock formation, a diner with a crowded parking lot. I was learning the geography of the country in a way I never had before, not as a series of locations to be exploited, but as a place to simply see. One such stop was at a riverboat museum in a town on the Mississippi. It was a quiet Tuesday, and I had the place nearly to myself. I was reading a placard about steamboat engines when I felt a presence beside me. I turned, expecting another tourist. It was Chris the doctor. He looked older, his face more lined, but his eyes held a calm I had never seen in them before. We didn't speak for a long moment. We just looked at each other, two ghosts from a shared nightmare mating in the bland light of a museum. Finally, he said, "I heard you might be hard to find. But I figured a man who finds things might also be found in the places where things are kept." He gestured vaguely at the museum around us. "I'm not that man anymore," I said. "Aren't you?" He smiled a little. "I read the papers, I saw what happened. It was a very precise dismantling. It had your fingerprints all over it, even if no one else could see them." I didn't confirm or deny it. "Why are you here, Chris?" "To thank you," he said, his voice low and earnest, "and to tell you that you were right. The rational world is my sanctuary, but a sanctuary built on a lie is just a prison. You tore the lie down. My practice is smaller now, quieter, but it's real." He looked out at the muddy, powerful flow of the river beyond the window. "I sleep at night." We walked out of the museum together and stood on the bluff overlooking the water. The sun was warm on our faces. He told me he had a small clinic in a town not far from there. He asked me no questions about where I was going or what I was doing. He just shared the quiet fact of his own continued existence. Before he left, he shook my hand, a firm, dry grip. "Be well," he said. It was a simple sentiment, but from him it felt like a blessing. I got back in my car and continued south. The encounter had settled something in me. It was a loose end, neatly tied. The past was not gone, but it was finally, truly past. I turned on the radio and found a station playing old blues music, the sound raw and honest and full of a history that was not my own. I rolled the window down and let the warm, damp air fill the car. The road ahead was still just a road, but now it felt like it was mine. The blues station faded into static 100 miles later, and I let it hum, a low white noise against the rumble of the engine. I thought of Chris, of his small, real clinic. I thought of the ledger, now ash and evidence. I had spent so long defined by the things I hunted, the secrets I uncovered. Now, for the first time, I was defined only by the road ahead, by the empty passenger seat and the full tank of gas. I crossed a state line as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. I saw a sign for a roadside attraction a few miles ahead, something called the Singing Caverns. On a whim, I turned off. It was closed for the day, the parking lot empty. I pulled in anyway and cut the engine. The silence was immense. I got out and walked to a wooden fence that overlooked a vast, dark opening in the hillside. The air that drifted from it was cool and smelled of ancient stone. There was no one to perform for, no one to outwit or expose. I was just a man looking at a hole in the ground. I leaned against the fence and listened. At first, there was only the sound of the evening wind in the trees. But then, as I listened more closely, I heard a low, faint, almost musical hum emanating from the cavernous depths. It was the wind, channeled through the strange geology of the place, making the earth itself sing. It was a mystery, but it was a simple one. It asked nothing of me. It demanded no action, no investigation, no resolution. It just was. I stood there until the last of the light was gone and the stars began to pepper the sky. Then I got back in the car. I didn't know where I was going to sleep that night, and the not knowing felt like a kind of freedom. I started the engine, the headlights cutting twin paths through the deepening dark, and drove on. The next town had a motel with a flickering neon sign that promised vacancy and hot water. I took a room on the second floor, the key heavy and cold in my hand. The room was what I had come to expect, a box with thin walls and a painting of a sad-looking boat on a lake. But the shower was indeed hot and the water pressure was strong, and for a few minutes I just stood there, letting the heat soak into my bones. Later, clean and wearing different clothes, I walked to a diner across the street. I took a booth by the window and ordered a cheeseburger and coffee. The waitress called me honey and filled my cup without being asked. I ate slowly, watching the cars pass by, their headlights sweeping across the dark pavement. A family was in the booth next to mine, a couple with a young boy who was carefully building a fortress out of his French fries. His parents were talking softly, their conversation a gentle murmur beneath the clatter of plates from the kitchen. The boy looked up, caught me watching, and gave me a small, shy smile before going back to his work. I paid my bill and left a generous tip. The night air was cool. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, feeling the fullness of the meal in my stomach, the clean clothes on my skin. I looked back through the diner window at the family, now sharing a slice of pie. It was an ordinary scene, a small, unremarkable moment of human connection. For years, my life had been a series of extraordinary, dark, and hidden things. I had lived in the shadows cast by other people's sins. Now I was just a man who had eaten a cheeseburger. I was a man who had seen a boy smile. I walked back to my motel room, the gravel crunching under my feet. I unlocked the door and went inside. I did not lock it behind me. The fear was gone. The dread was gone. I lay down on the bed and stared at the textured ceiling, listening to the hum of the ice machine outside my window. It was not the sound of a ticking clock or a singing cavern. It was just a machine doing its job. And soon I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. I woke with the sun, clear-headed and calm. The day was open. I drove without a map, choosing turns at random, following roads that looked less traveled. By midday I was on a dirt track that wound through a pine forest, the dust from my tires hanging in the air behind me like a ghost. The track ended at a chain-link fence topped with rusting barbed wire. Beyond it stood the skeletal remains of a factory, its windows blown out, its brick walls scarred with graffiti. It was the kind of place I would have once investigated, looking for the story of its failure, the human hands that had bled it dry. Today I just looked at it. The silence here was different from the caverns. It was a recent silence, a silence of abandonment, not of age. I got out and walked to the fence, putting my fingers through the links. A bird had built a nest in the crook of a broken crane arm. Life had already moved in to fill the void. I turned my back on the ruin and drove away. The past was not something to be curated or solved. It was just something that had happened. I found a main road and followed it until I saw a sign for a library. On another whim, I pulled over and went inside. It was a small, modern building, smelling of floor wax and paper. I walked to the public access computers and sat down. For a long time, I just looked at the blank screen. Then I logged on. I did not search for my name or Eli S. or any of the old ghosts. I searched for job listings in the area. I searched for apartments for rent. I searched for nothing in particular and for everything all at once. I was not hiding, I was just looking. And for now that was the whole story. The librarian, a woman with kind eyes and a name tag that read Marge, showed me how to refine my search. She didn't ask why a man my age was starting from scratch in a town he'd just driven into. She just helped, her fingers deft on the keyboard, pointing out a community board with physical flyers for odd jobs and rooms for rent. It was a practical kindness, and I accepted it. I left the library with a short list of possibilities scribbled on a scrap of paper. One was for a caretaker position at a local park. It paid little, but came with a small, rent-free cottage. I drove there. The park was a swath of green with walking trails and a placid, man-made lake. The head ranger, a man named Joe with a sun-weathered face and a firm handshake, interviewed me on a bench by the water. He asked about my experience. I told him I was good with my hands and didn't mind quiet. It was the truest answer I could give. He showed me the cottage. It was smaller than my previous cabin, with a single main room and a porch that looked out onto the woods. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth. It was not a place to hide. It was a place to be. I told him I would take the job. The work was simple. I cleared fallen branches from the trails, patched up fences, and made sure the public grills were clean. I saw people, but I did not have to know them. They were hikers with backpacks, families having picnics, couples walking hand in hand. I was a part of the scenery for them, the man in the parks department shirt, and that was a comfort. One evening, as I was locking up the tool shed, a woman approached me. She had a friendly dog on a leash. "You're new," she said. "I just moved into the area," I replied. We talked for a few minutes about the best trails for seeing the sunset. It was an ordinary conversation, the kind people have every day. As she turned to leave, she said, "Well, welcome to the neighborhood." I walked back to my cottage in the gathering dusk. Welcome to the neighborhood. The words were simple, but they settled inside me with a profound weight. They were an invitation to belong to a place, not just to occupy it. I sat on my porch and listened to the crickets begin their nightly chorus. The road had not led me to an end, but to a beginning. It had led me here to this small porch, this quiet job, this unremarkable life. And for the first time in a very, very long time, unremarkable felt like everything. Story 4. The faucet in the guest house dripped. Not a frantic, desperate tapping, but a slow, measured beat. 1. A fat bead of water swelled at the chrome lip, clinging for a moment to its own surface tension, a tiny, trembling world. 2. It let go, falling a short, silent distance to strike the porcelain basin below with a sound like a tiny hammer on a tiny anvil. 3. Jace counted them, his eyes fixed on the drain, the rhythm a metronome for the new silence in his head. He had been here for 3 days. The guest house was larger than any apartment he had ever lived in, a sleek, modern box of glass and bleached wood perched on the edge of the Barrett estate. From its vast windows he could see the main house, a low-slung monument of concrete and glass that seemed to grow out of the California cliffside, hovering over the Pacific. At night, its lit windows were like gold coins scattered on black velvet. The faucet dripped. 4. It was the only imperfection he had found, and he found himself perversely grateful for it. It was a reminder of the world's inherent fallibility, a world he intended to conquer. He was here because of Barrett, Julian Barrett, a man whose handshake felt like the transfer of power itself. Jace had been a researcher at the firm, a ghost in the machine, the one who compiled the dossiers on companies Barrett wanted to acquire or destroy. He was good at it. He had a mind for patterns, for the subtle weaknesses in a corporate structure, for the personal vices that could be leveraged. Barrett had noticed. He called Jace into his office, a room that was all horizon line and empty sky. "My son," Barrett had said, his voice dry as old paper. "Derek, he's in Europe, a prolonged sabbatical from responsibility. He was supposed to be back months ago. His fiancée Lydia is concerned. I am impatient." He slid a photograph across the vast desk. It showed a young man with sun-bleached hair and a laugh that seemed effortless, an arm slung around a beautiful dark-haired woman who looked at the camera with a cool, assessing gaze. "Lydia, I need you to go to Lake Como." The Villa Serena extract him. He responds to charm, to flattery, to the illusion of a good time. Use whatever means you find necessary. Bring him home. It was a simple retrieval mission, a glorified babysitting job for a spoiled heir. But to Jace, who had clawed his way out of a life of quiet desperation and quieter debt, it was an invitation. It was a key placed in his hand, and he could already feel the weight of the door it would unlock. The Villa Serena was not a house, it was a kingdom. It spilled down a hillside in a cascade of lemon trees and bougainvillea, its terracotta roofs and pale yellow walls glowing in the Italian sun. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the distant, clean smell of the lake. When Jace arrived, dusty from his travel, he was shown to his room by a silent housekeeper. His room had a vaulted ceiling and a balcony that looked over the water. It was more beautiful than any place he had ever dreamed of. He found Derek by the pool, a long turquoise slash in the stone terrace. He was with a group of them, Lydia and two other couples, all golden limbs and careless laughter. They were speaking a rapid, polyglot mix of English, Italian, and French, a private language of privilege. Jace, Derek boomed, rising to shake his hand. He was taller than in the photograph, his grip firm, his eyes a startling blue. The emissary from my father's empire, welcome to the real world. He clapped Jace on the back, a gesture of instant, unearned camaraderie. Don't look so serious. We don't do serious here. We do aperitivos and existential dread, but only the fashionable kind. Lydia remained seated, one long leg crossed over the other. She sipped a glass of Prosecco, her eyes, the color of shale, moving over Jace with a slow, comprehensive sweep. Jace, she said, her voice a low cello note. Julian didn't mention you were so young. I'm full of surprises, Jace said, and he offered a smile he had practiced in the mirror. It was a good smile, open and genuine. It hid everything. The days began to blur into a shimmering, sun-drenched dream. Days were for boating on the lake, the water so clear and still it seemed a solid, polished surface. Evenings were for long, languid dinners on the terrace, with candles flickering in glass hurricanes and wine that tasted of earth and sunshine. Nights were for music and more wine and the dizzying, dangerous feeling of belonging. Jace watched Derek. He studied him like a text. He saw how Derek commanded a room without raising his voice, how his whims were treated as commands, how money was not something he thought about, but something that was like the air. He saw the carelessness, yes, but also a deep, unshakable assurance that the world was his to enjoy. Jace felt a hunger awaken in him, a cold, sharp thing in his gut. It wasn't just for the money, it was for the freedom. The freedom from want, from fear, from the constant, grinding calculation of survival. He began subtly to become Derek. He mirrored his posture, his cadence of speech, the way he held his fork. He absorbed his opinions on art and wine, regurgitating them later with a slight twist that made them sound like his own. He told stories, weaving his own bleak history into something more picaresque, more charming. He was constructing a new self, brick by brick, and the others, drunk on sun and privilege, accepted it. They called him a dark horse. They found him fascinating. Only Lydia remained unmoved. He would catch her watching him, her head tilted, a faint line between her brows. Once, as he was recounting a fabricated story about a summer spent sailing in the Aegean, she interrupted. It's strange, she said, her voice cutting through the chatter. You have the calluses of someone who's worked with their hands, not held a tiller. A silence fell. Jace looked down at his own hands, at the faint, old scars on his knuckles. He forced a laugh. A childhood of climbing trees and building forts. Some marks never fade. Her smile was a thin, sharp line. No, she agreed, they don't. The drip of suspicion began, a counterpoint to the dripping faucet in his mind. The crisis came on a trip to Monaco. They had taken Derek's yacht, a monstrous, beautiful beast named the Idle Rich. In a casino, all red velvet and blinding chandeliers, Derek lost a staggering amount of money in a single, reckless hour at the baccarat table. He laughed it off, but Jace saw the panic in his eyes, the sheen of sweat on his temple. Later, in the suite, Derek was frantic. "My father will skin me alive," he whispered, pouring a whiskey with trembling hands. "This is different, this is. He'll cut me off for good." Jace felt a strange calm settle over him. This was the crack in the facade. This was his opportunity. "I can fix it," Jace said. Derek looked at him desperate. "How?" "Let me talk to him. I'm his employee. I can frame it. A temporary setback, a learning experience." Derek agreed, pathetically grateful, but Jace had no intention of calling Barrett. Instead, he used his skills, the ones honed in the backrooms of corporate espionage. He accessed offshore accounts, moved funds, created a labyrinthine paper trail that would take weeks, months to unravel. He covered the debt, not with his own money, but with a complex series of loans and transfers that temporarily patched the hole. He presented the solution to Derek as a fait accompli. "It's handled," Jace said, "a personal favor. We'll square it with your father slowly on our terms." Derek looked at him with something like awe. "You're a magician." That night, standing on the balcony of the suite, looking down at the harbor lights stitching the dark water, Jace felt the final piece of his old self slew away. He had crossed a line. He had not just observed this world, he had manipulated it, saved one of its princes. The power was intoxicating. The hunger in his gut was no longer cold. It was a warm, spreading fire. Lydia found him there. She stood beside him, not speaking for a long time. The Mediterranean night was warm, smelling of salt and diesel. "Who are you really, Jace?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. He turned to her. The lie came to his lips easily, beautifully. "I'm the man who keeps the wolves from the door." She searched his face. "I think you might be the wolf." A week later, they were back at the Villa Serena. The mood had shifted. The playful carelessness was gone, replaced by a strained, febrile energy. Derek was jumpy, drinking more. Lydia was a silent, watchful shadow. Jace felt the walls of his beautiful fiction beginning to constrict. He knew he couldn't maintain the charade forever. The financial patchwork would be discovered. Lydia's suspicions would solidify into certainty. He began to think the unthinkable, not of running, but of claiming his prize. If Derek were to disappear, if Jace were to slowly, carefully assume his life, it was a monstrous thought, and it felt as natural as breathing. The opportunity presented itself on a stormy night. The tramontana wind howled down from the Alps, whipping the lake into a frenzy of whitecaps. Derek, drunk and maudlin, decided he wanted to go for a swim. To wash it all away, he slurred. Lydia pleaded with him. The others thought he was joking. But Jace saw the wild light in Derek's eyes, the destructive impulse of the perpetually saved. "I'll go with you," Jace said. They walked down the slick stone path to the private dock, the wind tearing at their clothes. The water was a churning black cauldron. "This is madness, Derek," Jace shouted over the gale. "It's life," Derek yelled back, spreading his arms. "Real life, not your careful, calculated little performance." The words struck Jace like a physical blow. He knew then that Derek saw through him, at least in part, that the charm, the gratitude, had been another layer of performance. Derek stumbled at the edge of the dock, his arms windmilling. It would have been so easy to let him fall, to watch the dark, violent water take him, but Jace reached out. He grabbed Derek's arm to steady him. And then he made his choice. It wasn't a push, it was a release. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift of his own weight, a loosening of his grip at the precise moment Derek was most off balance. There was a shout swallowed by the wind, a splash, a brief, frantic churning in the water, then nothing. Jay stood on the dock, the rain lashing his face, his heart hammering a violent rhythm against his ribs. He waited, 1, 2, 3. He counted the beats, just like the dripping faucet. He waited until the count reached 100. Then he turned and ran back towards the villa, his cries for help torn from his throat, perfectly pitched with panic. The investigation was a formality, a tragic accident. A wealthy, reckless young man, too much drink, a stormy night. The Italian authorities asked their questions, but the story was clean. Jace was the hero who had tried to save him. He played the part perfectly, the grieving friend, the loyal employee, shattered by the loss. He called Barrett, his voice broke with carefully rehearsed emotion. Barrett was silent for a long time on the other end of the line. "Stay with Lydia," he said finally, his voice gravelly with a grief he would never show in person. "Help her with the arrangements, then bring my son home." Bring my son home, the words echoed in Jace's mind. He looked at his reflection in the dark window of the villa. He saw Derek's clothes in the wardrobe, Derek's watch on the nightstand, Derek's life empty and waiting. The return to California was a somber affair. Lydia was a statue of grief, wrapped in black. She barely spoke to him. Jace attended to everything with a quiet, efficient solemnity. He was the rock, the dependable one. Barrett received them at the estate. He looked older, the lines on his face carved deeper. He shook Jace's hand, his grip still firm. "You did what you could," Barrett said, his eyes, the same blue as Derek's, boring into Jace. "Now I have a new task for you." Barrett had no other heirs. His wife was long gone. In his grief, he saw in Jace the son he wished he'd had, competent, sharp, reliable. He began to integrate Jace into the business, not as an employee, but as a protégé. He gave him access, responsibility. Jace moved out of the guest house and into the main house. He started wearing Derek's clothes. They were almost the same size. He began to drive Derek's car. He was stepping into a shell, and it fit him perfectly. Weeks turned into months. The investigation into Derek's death was closed. The story faded from the news. Jace was now a fixture at Barrett's side, the surprising young man who had become the old lion's right hand. The hunger was being fed. He had the money, the power, the respect. He had won. But Lydia remained a ghost in the house, a silent accusation. She watched him from across dinner tables, her eyes noting the way he had started to hold his whiskey glass, the same as Derek, the way he used Derek's favorite turn of phrase, the way he was, piece by piece, becoming the man she had loved. One evening she cornered him in the library. The room was lined with books that no one ever read, a stage set for a life of the mind. "I know," she said, her voice flat, empty. "Know what, Lydia?" Jace asked, pouring himself a drink from Derek's favorite decanter. He kept his back to her, his hand steady. "I know you let him go." He turned slowly. The storm took him. "I tried to save him, you know that." "I know what I saw," she said. "It wasn't a slip, it was a release. I saw it in your eyes just for a second. You saw your chance and you took it." He took a step towards her. The room was silent except for the whisper of the central air. He could smell her perfume, something expensive and floral, and beneath it, the sharp scent of her fear. "You're grieving, Lydia. You're not thinking clearly." "Am I?" She held up a small, black USB drive. Derek was careless, but he wasn't a fool. He kept a diary, encrypted. "I finally got into it. He was starting to wonder about you, about the money in Monaco. He was going to confront you." Jace felt a coldness spread through his chest, but his face remained a mask of calm sympathy. A diary written by a confused, drunk young man. It proves nothing. "It proves everything to me," she whispered. "What are you going to do, Jace? Kill me too, in this house, with Barrett just upstairs?" He looked at her, at the fierce, broken certainty in her eyes. He realized he didn't need to kill her. He had already won. Barrett would never believe her. She was the hysterical widow seeing ghosts. He had Barrett's trust, his name, his future. Lydia was just a remnant, a piece of the past that had yet to be cleared away. He gave her a sad, gentle smile, the one he had perfected for dealing with difficult subordinates. "You should get some rest, Lydia. This isn't good for you." He left her standing there, a solitary figure in the vast, silent room. He walked out onto the terrace, into the cool California night. The lights of Lowe's angels shimmered in the distance like a promise kept. He had done it. He had taken it all. The house, the business, the life. He was Jace Barrett now in all but name. The past was a ghost, and he had stopped believing in ghosts. He stood there for a long time, listening to the distant hum of the city, a king surveying his kingdom. He didn't hear the soft click of the library door closing behind Lydia. He didn't see her minutes later get into her car and drive away, the black USB drive clutched in her hand. He didn't feel the first, almost imperceptible shift in the foundation of his beautiful, stolen life. He only felt the wind on his face and the deep, quiet thrill of possession. Below, the Pacific Ocean, black and endless, whispered against the cliffs, a sound like a secret being kept, a truth waiting in the dark. And in the guest house, empty now, the faucet continued to drip. 1, 2, 3, a tiny, patient hammer on a tiny, patient anvil, a sound that would go on forever, long after anyone was left to hear it. The first sign was a phone call that didn't come. A Japanese conglomerate with whom Barrett had been finalizing a monumental deal for months suddenly went silent. Jace, who had been managing the relationship, found his emails unanswered, his calls routed to voicemail. He dismissed it as a cultural misstep, a temporary hiccup. He was too busy savoring his new reality, the way Barrett introduced him as my right hand, the deferential nods from men 3 times his wealth. Then the SEC inquiry arrived, a routine question the lawyers assured him about the complex financial instruments Barrett Global used to manage its vast holdings. But the specific fund they asked about was one Jace had used to help cover Derek's Monaco debt, a temporary shell he thought he'd dissolved. Seeing its name on the formal document was like a ghost stepping out of a wall. He assured Barrett he would handle it, that it was a simple administrative error from a junior analyst. He spent a frantic night in his new, larger office trying to retrace the digital footprints he'd left months ago. He was good, but he wasn't a ghost. He found a thread, a query from a private investigator based in Zurich that had been run against the fund's records 2 weeks prior. The investigator's client was listed as a numbered LLC. He felt the first real prickle of fear, cold and sharp on the back of his neck. Lydia had not returned. Her clothes were gone from the closet she had shared with Derek. Barrett had asked about her once, his tone more annoyed than concerned. Grief makes people selfish, he'd grunted, before turning back to the blueprints for a new skyscraper. Jace had agreed, the perfect, understanding son. He tried to find her. He hired his own investigator, a discreet man who owed him a favor. The man came back empty-handed. "She's a ghost," he said. "Flew to Geneva, then vanished. She's good, or someone is helping her be good." The drip of suspicion was back, louder now, a steady beat in the quiet of his penthouse. He started to see patterns in the chaos. A key investor pulled out of a new venture. A negative profile of Barrett Global appeared in a financial blog, hinting at unstable leadership and unexplained personal tragedies. The pieces were small, scattered, but they were beginning to form a picture, and the picture was of a siege. Barrett called him into the Horizon Line office. The old man was standing at the window, his hands clasped behind his back. "This is starting to smell," he said without turning around. "The Japanese deal, the SEC, it's coordinated." He finally turned, and his eyes, those piercing blue eyes, were no longer looking at a prot-G, they were looking at a problem. "You assured me everything was handled with the Monaco situation. The debt was settled, the books were clean." "It was, sir," Jace said, his voice even, his posture mirroring Barrett's own. "I oversaw it myself. This is something else. A competitor, perhaps, trying to capitalize on our recent loss." Barrett held his gaze for a long moment, and Jace saw the calculation there, the cold assessment of assets and liabilities. "Perhaps," Barrett said finally, "but I don't like loose ends, and I don't like being surprised. Find the thread, Jace, pull it." Jace left the office, the order ringing in his ears. Find the thread. He knew the thread was Lydia. She was the one pulling it, weaving this net around him from the shadows. She had the diary, the knowledge, and now it seemed the resources and the cunning to use them. He had underestimated her. He had seen her as an ornament, a beautiful piece of the set dressing. He realized now she was the stage manager. That night he sat in the dark of his living room, a single glass of whiskey in his hand, Derek's whiskey. He had thought the game was over, the prize won, but the game had just changed levels. Lydia wasn't trying to expose him to the police. That would be too crude, too easily dismissed. She was doing something far more elegant and far more dangerous. She was dismantling his credibility. She was turning Barrett against him. She was making the foundation of his new life crumble, not with a sledgehammer, but with 1,000 tiny, precise taps. He had taken a life to get here. He had stolen an identity. He had looked into the abyss and not flinched. The thought of what he might have to do to keep what was his did not frighten him. It energized him. The hunger was back, cold and familiar. He put down the glass and went to his laptop. He opened a new, encrypted file. He began to type, his fingers moving with a calm, swift certainty. He listed everything he knew about Lydia, her family, her friends, her habits, her fears. She thought she was hunting him. She had forgotten the first rule of the hunt. The prey can always turn. He would find her. He would not make the mistake of underestimating her again. The king on the terrace was gone, replaced by the wolf in the dark, and the wolf was preparing for the fight of its life. The dripping faucet was no longer a memory but a metronome, counting down to the next necessary violence. The first break came not from his own investigator, but from a ghost in the machine. While meticulously scrubbing his digital trails, Jace found a tiny, almost invisible anomaly in the access logs for Barrett Global's internal network. A user with high-level clearance had run a series of searches on the company's private security protocols, specifically the contingency plans for executive protection and asset seizure. The login belonged to Arthur Finch, Barrett's personal lawyer for over 30 years. The searches were time-stamped 2 days after Lydia's disappearance. Finch, the old, trusted retainer, the man who handled the family's most delicate matters. Of course, Lydia hadn't needed to run to the police. She had gone to the one man Barrett trusted implicitly, the one man who could dismantle Jace with legal precision, not public scandal. This changed everything. This was no longer a shadow war with a grieving widow. This was a direct assault on the very heart of his position. Barrett might dismiss Lydia's hysterical claims, but he would listen to Arthur Finch. A cold fury settled over Jace, cleaner and sharper than fear. They were trying to box him in, to use the system he had infiltrated to push him out. He couldn't confront Finch directly. The lawyer was a fortress of old money respectability. Instead, Jace began his own counter-surveillance. He had Finch followed, his phones tapped, his emails mirrored. He learned the man's routines, his Tuesday rounds of golf at the country club, his Thursday dinners with his daughter, his chronic, almost poetic insomnia. It was during one of Finch's late-night sessions on his home computer that Jace struck digital gold. Finch, in a private, encrypted chat with a number Jace traced to a Swiss bank, was not just discussing the Barrett Trust. He was moving money. Small, careful amounts, siphoned from various family holdings into an account in the Cayman Islands. It was embezzlement, plain and simple. A lifetime of loyal service, and the old badger had been helping himself to the cookie jar. Jace leaned back in his chair, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his face. This was the thread, this was the lever. He didn't wait. The next morning he requested a private meeting with Barrett in the old man's study, a room that smelled of leather and fine cigar smoke. He didn't mention Lydia. He didn't mention the SEC. He simply placed a single sheet of paper on Barrett's desk, detailing the account number and the transactions he had uncovered. Barrett read it, his face a granite mask. The silence in the room was absolute. Finch, Barrett finally said, the word a sigh of profound disappointment. After all these years. He's been compromised, sir, Jace said, his voice low and respectful. This makes him vulnerable, and if he's vulnerable, so are we. It explains the recent pressures. A man in his position with his knowledge could be leveraged by our competitors. It was a perfect, elegant twist. He was using Finch's own crime to bury Lydia's truth. Barrett would see the embezzlement and connect every dot himself. The lost deal, the SEC inquiry, it would all be framed as Finch's doing, either directly or because his weakness had opened a door for others. Barrett looked up, his eyes tired. You found this. I was looking for the source of our problems, just as you asked, Jace said. I found it. Barrett gave a slow, grim nod. Handle it quietly. That afternoon, Arthur Finch was escorted from the building by security. There was no scene, no arrest. It was a quiet corporate execution. Jace stood at his window, watching the old lawyer get into a waiting town car, his shoulders slumped, his life's work erased in a single, brutal stroke. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned. Barrett stood there, looking older and more alone than Jace had ever seen him. You have a sharp eye, Jace, Barrett said, his voice gruff. A ruthless one, it's what this business needs. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the portrait of Derek that hung on the far wall. You're the son I have left. The words were a coronation. Jace had not just survived the attack, he had used it to eliminate a rival and cement his position. He had won again. But that night, as he walked through the silent, cavernous house, a different truth whispered to him. He had stopped one leak by creating a much larger one. He had silenced Finch, but he had not silenced Lydia. She was still out there, and she now knew the full measure of the man she was fighting. He had shown her his play, his willingness to destroy anyone in his path. The game was far from over. It had simply entered a new, more deadly phase. The hunger in his gut was a cold, hard knot. He knew with a certainty that was almost peaceful that it would only be satisfied when one of them was gone for good. He found the first message a week later. It was not in an email or a letter. It was tucked into the pocket of a suit jacket he had sent out for dry cleaning. A small, square piece of heavy, expensive paper, the kind used for formal invitations. On it, in a handwriting he recognized from thank you notes and shopping lists, were 3 words. I am not Derek. The simplicity of it was a masterstroke. It carried no threat, no accusation. It was a simple, stark reminder of the truth he was building his life upon. She was not trying to scare him into a mistake. She was trying to erode him, to make him see her face in every shadow, her hand in every minor inconvenience. She was making the house itself his enemy. He increased his security, hired a personal detail, but it felt like building a fence to keep out the fog. The messages kept coming. A single dried flower of a type that grew on the cliffs near the Corsican villa, left on the driver's seat of his car. A song, the one Derek and Lydia had danced to at their wedding, playing from his office computer when he walked in one morning, the room empty. She was inside his world, moving through the cracks he couldn't see. Barrett noticed the tension. You're looking peaked, Jace. This business with Finch has taken a toll. You should get away. Use the boat. The boat was Derek's yacht, the Aphrodite, moored in Newport. The suggestion felt like a test or a trap. He decided to take it. It was a statement of control. He would not be chased from his own life. He would go to Derek's boat in Derek's clothes, and he would sleep in Derek's cabin. He would prove to himself that the ghost had no power. The first night aboard was calm. The sea was flat, the harbor lights reflecting on the black water. He stood on the deck, a solitary figure, and the old feeling of triumph began to seep back in. This was all his. He had earned it. He went below to the master stateroom. The air was still and smelled of salt and polished teak. He opened the wardrobe to hang up his jacket, and there she was. Lydia was sitting in a small chair in the corner, her hands folded in her lap. She was thinner, her face all sharp angles and shadows, but her eyes were clear and calm. She held a small, slate pistol, resting it on her knee, pointed nowhere and everywhere. For a long moment, they just looked at each other. The only sound was the gentle creak of the boat and the faint slap of water against the hull. You shouldn't have come here, Lydia, he said, his voice remarkably steady. This is where it started, she replied. Not in the storm, before that. This is where he first brought you, where he called you his brother. She shifted slightly, the gun a dark shape in the dim light. He told me everything on this boat, his doubts, his fears about you. He cried in this room, Jace. He thought he was going crazy, suspecting his best friend. Jace took a slow step into the room, his mind racing, calculating the distance between them. And what do you think this will accomplish? You shoot me. Then you go to prison, you lose everything. I lost everything the moment you opened your hand on that cliff, she said, her voice barely a whisper. This isn't about winning, it's about balance. He took another step. Barrett will destroy you. Barrett is a sad old man who replaced one son with a photograph of another. He doesn't matter. She raised the gun, her aim now steady on his chest. Stop moving. He froze. He saw the certainty in her eyes. This was not the hysterical widow from the library. This was someone who had made her peace with a terrible outcome. What do you want? He asked. I want you to confess, she said. I have a recorder. I want you to say what you did for me, for the memory of the man you called your friend. Then I walk away and you never see me again. The recording is insurance. You live your life, but I hold the truth. He almost laughed, the audacity of it, the simplicity. She was offering him a path out, a way to keep his kingdom, but with her forever holding the crown jewels in a vault he couldn't reach. It was a form of slavery. I saved him, Jace said, the lie now as natural as breathing. I tried to pull him back. Lydia's expression did not change. You're a collection of other people's gestures and phrases, Jace. You even lie in his voice. Her finger tightened on the trigger. This is your last chance. Give me the truth, or I will take the only thing you have left, your life. He looked at her, at the gun, at the plush, expensive prison of the stateroom. He saw the two futures branching out before him. One, a life of perpetual looking over his shoulder, of being owned by the woman in the chair. The other, a violent, messy end right here, right now. The hunger in him rejected both. It wanted dominion, not compromise. It wanted silence, not a whispered threat held in perpetuity. He made his choice. All right, he said, letting his shoulders slump in a show of defeat. He took a half step forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture. You're right, I'll tell you what happened. Her eyes narrowed, watching him, the gun unwavering. He took another step, now close enough to see the fine tremble in her hand. He was calculating the lunge, the twist, the sound the shot would make if it went off. But he never got the chance. From the darkness of the connected head, a figure emerged. It was Barrett. His face was ashen, his jaw clenched so tight it looked like it might crack. In his hand was a phone, the screen glowing with the live feed of the stateroom's security camera. I heard enough, Barrett said, his voice a low rumble of utter devastation. He looked from Lydia's gun to Jace's frozen, calculating posture. He had seen the performance, and he had seen the predator beneath it. Jace stared, his perfect plan crumbling in an instant. Lydia had not come for a confession or for revenge. She had come to stage a play. She was the bait, and she had led the lion right to him. Barrett's eyes, those piercing blue eyes that had once looked on him with pride, now held only a bottomless, weary horror. My son, he said, the words not a term of endearment, but an epitaph for the man he now knew stood before him. The game was over, he had lost, the word hung in the salty air, final and absolute. Jay stood perfectly still, his mind a blank white slate. All his calculations, his elegant twists and ruthless plays had led to this, cornered on a boat, judged by a broken king. He saw the collapse of his future not as a violent explosion, but as a slow, silent deflation. The penthouse, the office, the respect it all turned to smoke. Lydia slowly lowered the gun, her part done. She had not needed to fire a shot. She had built the cage, and he had walked into it. Barrett took a step forward, his body looking frail inside his expensive coat. All of it, he whispered, the words ragged. The debt in Monaco, the pushed deadline that made him desperate to close the Japanese deal. You engineered it. You made him look unstable, and then you killed my boy. There was no question in his voice, only a terrible, settled certainty. Jace said nothing. Denial was pointless. The truth was in the air, a third presence in the room, more solid than any of them. Barrett's face crumpled not into tears, but into a mask of pure, unadulterated grief. I welcomed you, he choked out. I gave you his name. I saw his ghost in your eyes, and I called it a blessing. He looked at Jace with a loathing so profound it seemed to suck the oxygen from the room. You are nothing, a hollow thing, a disease. He turned his back then, a gesture of such utter dismissal it was worse than any curse. He walked to the companionway, his steps heavy on the teak stairs. He did not look back at Lydia. The shared victory or loss was too immense for acknowledgement. They heard his footsteps on the deck above, then the sound of a tender being lowered into the water. The engine coughed to life and faded into the distance, leaving them in a silence more profound than before. Lydia stood up, placing the pistol on the chair. She looked at Jace, and for a moment he saw not triumph in her eyes, but a deep, weary sadness. "It's done," she said. He finally found his voice, a dry, cracked thing. "What happens now? Will he call the police?" Lydia shook her head slowly. No, not his way. The scandal would destroy the company he built for Derek, his legacy. She walked toward the door, pausing to look at him one last time. He'll destroy you his way. He'll take it all back, every penny, every shred of what you stole. He'll leave you in the desert you came from. She ascended the stairs and was gone. Jace stood alone in the belly of the beautiful boat. He listened to the water, to the gentle, rocking motion that had once promised a life of endless luxury. He was still Jace Barrett. He still had the keys, the passwords, the deeds, but he knew with a cold, sick certainty that it was already gone. By morning, the accounts would be frozen. The access codes would be changed. The security detail would answer to a new master. He was the king of a castle that had just vanished around him. He walked to the bar and picked up a heavy crystal tumbler, the same one Derek had always used. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight. Then he threw it with all his strength against the polished wood of the far wall. It shattered with a satisfying, violent crash, leaving a spiderweb of cracks and a constellation of glittering shards. The sound echoed and died. The silence returned, deeper than before. He had lost. The hunger in his gut was no longer a motivator. It was a gnawing, terminal emptiness. He had reached the summit only to find it was a cliff edge, and this time there was no one left to push. He did not wait for the dawn. To wait was to be acted upon, and that was a state he had rejected his entire life. He moved through the yacht with a frantic, focused energy, no longer the master of the house, but a scavenger stripping a carcass. He found the emergency cash Derek had always kept in a safe behind a false panel in the head, $20,000 in mixed bills. He took a leather jacket from the wardrobe, a pair of nondescript sunglasses, and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He lowered the second tender into the black, still water, its electric motor a near-silent hum. He did not look back at the Aphrodite. It was already a ghost ship, a monument to a future that had never been his. He pointed the small boat toward the distant glow of the city, not the Newport harbor, but a smaller, darker marina a few miles down the coast where private charters came and went with no questions. His mind was no longer racing. The white noise of shock had cleared, leaving behind a landscape of brutal clarity. Barrett's revenge would be financial, total, and legally unassailable. The system Jace had learned to manipulate would now be turned against him with the full, crushing weight of Barrett Global's influence. They would freeze his assets, sue him for fraud, and bury him under a mountain of litigation. They would make him a ghost in the machine, erasing his digital presence, canceling his credit, voiding his passports. But they had made one mistake. They had left him in the world. They had assumed a man like him, defined by his possessions, would be paralyzed by their loss. They did not understand that the core of him, the feral thing that had climbed out of poverty, had never needed the crystal tumblers or the teak decks. It only needed to survive. He reached the marina as the first hint of gray touched the eastern sky. He abandoned the tender, walking up the dock as another early morning fisherman, anonymous in the pre-dawn gloom. He used cash to buy a prepaid phone from a 24-hour convenience store, the fluorescent lights harsh on his face. He stood outside, the chill of the morning seeping through the stolen jacket, and he made a single call. It was not to a lawyer or a remaining ally. It was to a number he had memorized years ago, a number for a man who specialized in creating new identities for a price. The man answered on the third ring, his voice gravelly with sleep. Jace spoke a series of prearranged code words, then listened. The man on the other end gave him an address in Providence, a time, and a price. The cash in his pocket would cover it. As he ended the call, he saw his own reflection in the dark glass of the store window. He saw the sharp angles of his face, the eyes that held no regret, only a cold assessment of his next move. Barrett was right. He was a hollow thing, but a hollow thing is hard to break. A hollow thing can be filled with a new purpose, a new identity, a new hunger. He turned away from his reflection and started walking. The city began to wake up around him, cars hissing on damp streets, lights flicking on in apartments. He moved through this waking world like a phantom, already shedding the skin of Jace Barrett. That man was dead. The wolf was back in the dark, and the fight was no longer for a kingdom. It was for the next breath, the next meal, the next patch of ground to stand on. The fight was simpler now. It was everything. He took a bus to Providence, his head leaning against the cool glass of the window. The other passengers were a blur of tired faces and mundane concerns. None of them knew that the man in the leather jacket, staring out at the passing strip malls, was a king in exile. The anonymity was a strange kind of power. He was no longer performing for anyone. The address led him to a dusty, third-floor office above a pawn shop. The man inside was older than Jace expected, with the calm, weary eyes of someone who had seen every kind of desperation. He asked no questions. He took the cash and provided an envelope containing a driver's license, a social security card, and a passport. The name was Jason Miller. The photograph was his, but the man staring back was a stranger, his features hardened by the poor lighting. "It's a good set," the man said, his voice neutral. "It'll pass a casual check, but if someone with real resources digs, they'll find the seams. That's when you run." Jason nodded. He understood seams. He had built his life on them. His first move as Jason Miller was to buy a bus ticket to Montreal. It was far enough, a city large enough to get lost in, with its own rhythms and shadows. He found a room in a boarding house near the train station, paying a week in advance with the last of Derek's cash. The room was small, with a single window overlooking a brick wall, and it smelled of stale cigarette smoke and disinfectant. It was a universe away from the penthouse, but it had a lock on the door. For 3 days he did nothing but watch the news on a small, grainy television and scour the internet on the public library's computers. The story broke on the second day. "Internal shakeup at Barrett Global," the business headlines read. "Heir apparent Jace Barrett ousted amidst financial irregularities." The articles were carefully worded, citing a sudden and severe breach of fiduciary duty. There was no mention of murder, no mention of Lydia. It was a corporate tombstone, erasing him as cleanly as he had erased Arthur Finch. He felt a perverse sense of pride. Barrett had contained the damage, protecting the empire for the ghost of his son. The old man was predictable to the end. On the fourth day, the hunger returned. It was no longer a cold knot, but a restless, itching energy. Sitting in the small, damp room was a slow death. He needed to move, to act, to build. He had started with nothing before. He could do it again. The rules were the same, only the scale was different. He found work as a dishwasher in a restaurant, his hands submerged in hot, greasy water for hours. The work was mindless, physical, and it gave him time to think. He watched the waiters and the cooks, the bartenders and the managers. He saw the tiny empires of influence, the small cruelties and the minor thefts. He saw the patterns of power even here. Within a week, he had identified the weaknesses. The manager was skimming from the bar receipts. The head chef was ordering excess supplies and selling them out the back door. Jace said nothing. He simply watched, and he learned, and he stored the information away. It was currency. One night after a long shift, the manager, a sweating man named Leo, cornered him by the dumpsters out back. "I hear you're a quiet one," Leo said, lighting a cigarette. Jason just looked at him, his hands shoved in his pockets. I also hear you're smart, Leo continued, blowing smoke into the cold air. I could use a smart guy. The last guy who had your job, he talked too much. He doesn't work here anymore. Jace understood the offer and the threat. It was a small, dirty pond, but it was a place to start. He gave a slow, deliberate nod. Good, Leo said, smiling. We'll start tomorrow. You can help me with the inventory. As Leo walked away, Jace stood in the alley, the familiar scent of garbage and decay filling his nostrils. It was a long way from the boardroom, but the game was the same. He was moving his first piece on a new, smaller board. The hunger uncoiled inside him, not satisfied, but momentarily appeased. He was playing again. The inventory was a lesson in petty corruption. Leo's system was clumsy, a trail of altered invoices and phantom deliveries that a child could have traced. Jace, now Jason, followed him through the stockroom, his silence and efficiency a seeming endorsement of the scheme. He said nothing when Leo pocketed the cash from a fake returned order, and he didn't flinch when Leo clapped him on the back, his breath smelling of gin and cheap victory. This was the foundation he had to work with, this small, greedy man and his insignificant empire of stolen liquor and overpriced meat. The hunger twisted in his gut, a contempt so deep it felt like nausea, but he swallowed it down. A wolf did not scorn a rabbit, it ate it. He spent his free hours walking the city, learning its arteries and its dead ends. He saw the sleek financial district and the crumbling industrial docks. He saw where the money flowed and where it pooled in stagnant, forgotten corners. He was mapping a new territory, not for conquest yet, but for survival. He found a different library, farther from his boarding house, and he began to read. Not business journals or biographies of titans, but dry, dense texts on international banking law, offshore trusts, and digital currency. He was learning the new seams in the world, the places a man could hide not just his body, but his wealth. Weeks bled into a month. He was a ghost in the restaurant, efficient and invisible. He learned the rhythms of the place, the times when the back door was unobserved, the schedule of the lone security camera that cycled on a predictable loop. He began his own inventory, a secret one, kept on a stolen notepad hidden under a loose floorboard in his room. He noted every bottle Leo stole, every side deal with a supplier, every time the safe was left cracked open while Leo took a long lunch. One rainy Tuesday, opportunity presented itself. The restaurant's owner, a nervous man who visited once a week to collect the receipts, arrived early. Leo was out, supposedly at the bank. Jace was mopping the floor, his head down. "Where's Leo?" the owner asked, his voice tight. "Not sure, sir," Jace mumbled, playing the part of the simple laborer. He said something about a problem with the linen delivery. The safe is open, though. He was working on the deposit earlier. The owner's eyes darted to the open safe, then back to Jace. A flicker of suspicion crossed his face. He walked over and pulled out the deposit bag. It was lighter than it should have been. Jace kept mopping, the steady swish of the wet mop the only sound. He had an hour earlier removed $5,000 in cash and hidden it inside a hollowed-out leg of a heavy prep table. It was a risk, but a calculated one. Leo's greed was the perfect cover for his own. He heard the owner swear under his breath, then the sound of a phone being dialed furiously. "Leo, where are you? The deposit is short." A pause. "Linen delivery. I just saw the linen truck leave. Get back here. Now." The confrontation was swift and brutal. Leo, caught in a lie and with the physical evidence of his theft suddenly and inexplicably magnified, was fired on the spot. The owner, flustered and angry, turned to Jace. "You, Jason, you seem to have a head on your shoulders. Can you lock this place up tonight? I'll be back in the morning to figure this mess out." Jace nodded, his face a mask of humble reliability. "Yes, sir." That night, after the owner left and the restaurant was dark and silent, he retrieved the $5,000 from its hiding place. He then went to Leo's disorganized office and found the second, hidden ledger Leo had been so careless with. He took that too. It was a small treasure trove of leverage, containing names of complicit suppliers and records of years of petty theft. He stood in the dark kitchen, the only light coming from the exit sign over the door. He had $5,000 in cash and a book of secrets that belonged to a man who no longer mattered. It was not a kingdom. It was a grubby stake. But as he folded the money and slipped it into his pocket, he felt the old, familiar thrill. The game was not over. It had simply changed venues. He was no longer Jace Barrett, but he was still a player. And every player, no matter how small the board, needs a next move. He locked the door and stepped out into the rain, already planning his. Story 5. The wind off the bay was the first thing to notice. It was not a gentle breeze, but a persistent, salt-laced breath that pushed against the fronds of the palm trees, making them hiss like a nest of snakes. It slipped through the open sliding door of the ground-floor apartment in Little Havana, a door that should have been locked. It stirred the pages of a discarded racing form on the linoleum floor and carried with it the faint, coppery scent that had nothing to do with the sea. The wind was the only thing moving inside. It was a witness, and it was tidying up nothing. Eddie Morris stood just inside the threshold, his large frame blocking the slanted afternoon light. He was a court officer, a marshal, a professional placeholder between the law and its consequences. He had seen rooms like this before. The silence in a room after violence has a different quality than ordinary quiet. It is a thick, heavy thing, a held breath. He let his eyes adjust, not to the dimness, but to the story. A single lamp lay shattered on the floor, its ceramic base in pieces like broken teeth. A kitchen chair was on its side, and there, smeared on the pale yellow wall, was a dark, sticky arc where someone's head had met the plaster with significant force. His charge, a small-time numbers runner named Demetrius, was supposed to have been here, under the watch of a junior officer who was now sitting white-faced in a squad car outside, trying to explain how a 5-minute coffee run had turned into a lifetime of regret. Eddie did not rush in. He absorbed the room. He felt the cool of the tile floor through the soles of his shoes. He heard the distant, rhythmic thump of a reggaeton beat from a neighboring apartment, a sound utterly disconnected from the stillness here. He saw the small, personal details a more frantic search would have missed. A half-eaten plate of ropa vieja congealing on the counter, a child-esque crayon drawing of a lopsided house stuck to the refrigerator with a banana magnet. Demetrius had a daughter. Eddie filed that away. He moved further in, his steps deliberate, his breathing even. In the bedroom, the closet door stood ajar. Empty hangers jangled softly in the wind-esque path. Demetrius was gone, but he had not left alone. They found him 2 hours later, huddled in the storage room of a laundromat 3 blocks away. He was crammed between a broken dryer and a stack of cardboard boxes, shaking so violently the boxes rattled. His face was a mess of swelling and dried blood, one eye sealed shut. He smelled of sweat, fear, and cheap detergent. "They took Leo," Demetrius whispered when Eddie knelt before him. Leo was the junior officer. They said to tell you hello. They said to tell you Darian says hello." Eddie's composure did not crack. It was a facade he had built over 15 years, brick by brick, and it was strong. But he felt a cold spot form in his gut, a place where the wind off the bay seemed to have found a permanent home. Darian Vanko was not just a mob boss, he was an institution, a quiet cancer at the heart of Miami's glittering decay. And Demetrius, this trembling, insignificant man, had decided to testify against him. He had seen something he shouldn't have, a body being dropped from a dock into the dark water, and for once, his sense of self-preservation had been overruled by a sudden, foolish flicker of conscience. Now Eddie was his shadow, his keeper, and Darian had just made the introduction personal. They were moved that night to a safe house on the edge of the Everglades, a stilted concrete box that smelled of mildew and despair. The air was a wet blanket, thick with the chirping of frogs and the distant, guttural bellow of an alligator. Demetrius sat at a formica table, clutching a can of beer Eddie had given him. His hands would not stop trembling. He is going to kill me, Eddie. You know he is. He is going to send Brandon. Eddie stood by the window, peering through the blinds at the oppressive darkness. Brandon is a story they tell to scare guys like you. He is not a story, Demetrius insisted, his voice rising to a whine. He is a ghost. He is the reason Sal Santoro disappeared. They never found a piece, not a fingernail, nothing. He uses a knife, they say, likes to get close. He took a gulping swallow of beer. He'll find us here. He finds everyone. Eddie didn't answer. He was thinking of Leo, the young officer with a new baby at home. He was thinking of the smeared blood on the yellow wall. He was thinking that Demetrius was probably right. The next few days were a study in paranoia. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every pair of headlights on the lone access road was a threat. Eddie's world shrank to the dimensions of these damp rooms and the nervous orbit of the man he was protecting. Demetrius was a draining presence, a constant stream of complaints and fears. He was a man built for the shadows of the city, not the stark exposure of witness protection. He missed his daughter. He missed his life. He talked about a woman, Isabella, who danced at a club on South Beach. He said she was the only real thing he ever had. You don't have her anymore, Eddie said, his tone flat, final. That life is gone. You chose this. I chose to not end up at the bottom of a canal, Demetrius shot back, a rare spark of defiance in his good eye. There's a difference. The spark died as quickly as it came. The waiting was eroding them both. The first real confirmation that Brandon was more than a story came on the third night. Eddie was making a perimeter check, his flashlight beam cutting a frail path through the swampy gloom. He found the alligator first. It was a large one, maybe 12 feet, lying dead in the murky water at the edge of their property. It had been killed with a single, precise cut to the base of its skull, a cut so clean and deep it had nearly severed the head. It was a message. It was a signature. It said, I am here. I am patient, and the things you fear are nothing to me. Eddie reported it, his voice a low, steady monotone over the secure line. He requested a transfer, a new location. The bureaucracy on the other end was slow, clogged with procedure and doubt. They needed more than a dead animal, they said. Eddie hung up and looked at Demetrius, who was weeping silently on the couch. He knew then they were on their own. Their escape from the safe house was not a chase, but a slow, tense unraveling. A contact, a disgraced ex-cop named Manny who ran a bait shop on Tamiami Trail, provided a beat-up Ford pickup. Manny was a ball of nervous energy, his eyes darting constantly to the door. You didn't see me, Eddie. You understand. Darian, he is not playing. The things I am hearing, he trailed off, wiping his hands on his stained apron. He gave them keys and a warning. Don't trust anyone. Especially not anyone pretty. They drove through the night, the truck's engine a loud, protesting roar in the silence. They headed for the one place Demetrius insisted they could go, the one person he claimed he could trust, Isabella. She lived in a small Art Deco apartment building in South Beach, a place that had seen better decades. The air here was different, smelling of salt, exhaust, and the cloying sweetness of night-blooming jasmine. She answered the door wrapped in a silk robe the color of a deep bruise. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, took in Eddie first, then the battered, shrinking form of Demetrius behind him. There was no surprise in them, only a weary sort of acceptance. You brought trouble to my door, Dee, she said, her voice a low, smoky thing. We had nowhere else, Izzy, Demetrius plighted. She stepped aside, a silent invitation. Her apartment was a stark contrast to the squalor they had left. It was tidy, sparsely furnished, but with an undercurrent of faded glamour. A single, expensive-looking lamp cast a soft glow. A photograph on a bookshelf showed a younger Isabella, laughing, her arm linked with a man whose face had been carefully cut out of the picture. Eddie watched her. She moved with a danceress economy, but there was a tension in her shoulders, a wariness that went beyond the situation. She brought Demetrius a glass of water, her fingers brushing his, a gesture that was both intimate and strangely clinical. Eddie felt the cold spot in his gut tighten. Manny words echoed in his mind. Don't trust anyone, especially not anyone pretty. Over the next 24 hours, a fragile calm descended. Isabella made coffee. She ordered food. She changed the bandage on Demetrius's face with a gentle, practiced hand. She was a sphinx, revealing nothing, her beauty a mask that hid its own secrets. Eddie slept in fitful bursts on the sofa, his hand never far from the gun under his jacket. The revelation came not with a bang, but with a whisper. Eddie woke in the deep, silent hours before dawn. The apartment was dark. He heard a sound from the small balcony, the faint scrape of a chair. He rose, soundless, and moved to the glass door. Isabella was out there, silhouetted against the city lights. She was on her phone, her back to him. The wind carried her words to him, fragments that settled into a chilling mosaic. They ray here know, he es careful the marshal is good I don't know how long I can a pause as she listened to the voice on the other end. Then, softer, almost a sigh. I know, Darian, I know what happens if I fail you. Eddie stepped back into the shadows, the truth washing over him like a wave of ice water. The alluring savior was the trap. The safe harbor was the kill box. He thought of the dead alligator, the precise, intimate cut. Brandon was not some separate entity lurking in the swamp. Brandon was here. The weapon was not a knife, but a woman. He did not confront her. There was no point. Instead, he waited until the sky began to lighten to a soft, pearly gray. He shook Demetrius awake, clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle any sound. We were leaving. Now, Dante speak. Dante ask questions. Demetrius's eyes widened in terror, but he nodded. They slipped out of the apartment as Isabella slept or pretended to sleep. The morning air was cool and heavy with impending rain. They walked quickly, aimlessly, two ghosts in a waking city. Where are we going? Demetrius finally gasped. To end this, Eddie said, his pragmatism had hardened into something else, something cold and sharp and final. He could not outrun Darian's reach. He could not protect Demetrius in a world where every outstretched hand could hold a blade. There was only one path left. He led Demetrius to the one place that made a terrible kind of sense, the courthouse. It was a fortress of law, of procedure, the very institution he served. They slipped in through a service entrance Eddie knew, the air inside smelling of old wax and polished brass. His footsteps echoed in the empty, cavernous halls. He took Demetrius to a small, windowless anteroom used for sequestered witnesses. It was a tomb. Wait here, Eddie instructed. The trial is in 3 days. You stay alive until then. You walk out of here a free man. You understand? Demetrius nodded, sinking into a chair, looking small and lost. Eddie locked the door from the outside. He then walked to his own office, a small, utilitarian space with a view of an air shaft. He sat at his desk, the weight of his service weapon heavy on his hip. He was not waiting for the system anymore. He was the system. And he knew with a certainty that was as calm as it was horrifying that Darian would not let the trial happen. The hit would come here, in the heart of the beast. The day bled away, the courthouse filled and then emptied again. The rain began, a steady drumming against the high windows. Eddie made his rounds, his senses heightened, every shadow holding a potential shape. He saw the janitor mopping the floors with a slow, rhythmic cadence. He saw a young couple lost, asking for directions to a divorce hearing. He saw Isabella. She was standing in the rotunda, looking up at the stained glass dome, rain dampening her shoulders. She looked like she belonged in a painting, a study in loneliness and regret. She saw him, and for a single, unguarded moment, their eyes met. There was no seduction in her gaze now, only a profound and bottomless exhaustion. Then she turned and walked away, her heels clicking on the marble floor until the sound was swallowed by the rain and the growing dark. Night fell. The courthouse was a labyrinth of silence and deep shadow. Eddie sat in the dark of his office, not sleeping, just waiting. He thought about Leo. He thought about the crayon drawing on Demetrius's refrigerator. He thought about the wind that had been blowing through this story from the very beginning. It was close to midnight when he heard it. Not a gunshot, not an alarm, a soft, metallic scrape. a lock being turned with exquisite care. It came from the direction of the anteroom. Eddie drew his gun and moved into the hall. The emergency lights cast a sickly green glow, creating pools of illumination and caverns of blackness. He moved toward the anteroom, his breath a ghost in the chilled air. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open. Demetrius was on the floor. He was on his back, his one good eye wide open, staring at the acoustic-tiled ceiling. There was no blood, no visible wound, but he was utterly, completely still. Standing over him was the janitor. He had set his mop and bucket aside. In his hand he held a long, thin tool that was not meant for cleaning. It was a stiletto, its point gleaming in the low light. The man looked up as Eddie entered. He was of average height, average build. His face was utterly forgettable. This was Brandon, not a monster from a story, but a craftsman, a professional. "Marshal Mara," Brandon said. His voice was as neutral as his face. He wasn't too much, was he? A coward, a snitch. The world want to miss him. Eddie didn't speak. He raised his gun. Brandon smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "You can shoot me, but then you'll never know why." "I know why," Eddie said, his voice steady. "Darian Vanko." "Darian is a client," Brandon corrected softly. He took a slow step to the side, keeping his empty hand visible. "I am talking about the woman, Isabella. She was the insurance, a beautiful piece of bait, but she had a flaw. She started to feel something for the little rat. She called Darian. She begged for his life. He took another step. Darian does not like flaws. He asked me to clean the entire canvas." The realization struck Eddie with the force of a physical blow. Isabella had not just been the trap. She had become a target. Her call from the balcony had been a death sentence. For her, for Demetrius, for anyone connected. The cold spot in Eddie's gut spread until his whole body was numb. In that moment of shattered understanding, Brandon moved. He was impossibly fast, a blur in the greenish gloom. He didn't charge, he flowed. Eddie fired. The roar of the gun was apocalyptic in the confined space. The bullet sparked off the metal leg of a chair. Then Brandon was inside his guard. Eddie felt a searing, precise pain, cold at first, then burning hot, low in his abdomen. He looked down and saw the handle of the stiletto protruding from his body. He had not even seen the thrust. He fired again, a wild, reflexive shot that went into the ceiling. Tiles and dust rained down. Brandon was already stepping back, his work done. He looked at Eddie with something that might have been pity. "It's not personal," Brandon said, and then he was gone, melting back into the shadows of the hall, his footsteps making no sound. Eddie sagged against the door frame, his gun hand dropping. He slid down to the floor, sitting opposite the dead eyes of Demetrius. The coppery smell of his own blood filled his nostrils, mixing with the scent of wax and rain. He could feel a warmth spreading through his clothes, a stark contrast to the cold floor beneath him. He looked at the knife in his belly, a foreign, brutal object that had rewritten his ending. He thought of Isabella, out there in the rainy night, unaware that the finality she feared was already hunting her. Sirens began to wail in the distance, a faint, approaching scream. They were coming, the procedures, the protocols, the cleanup crew. They would find 2 bodies and a mystery. They would never find Brandon. They would never touch Darian. The wind from the bay found its way inside, whispering through the grand, empty halls of justice. A restless, endless breath that carried no answers, only the promise of more questions, more shadows, more knives waiting in the dark. And Eddie Mora, the pragmatic man, the keeper of consequences, finally understood that his job was not to solve the crime, but to become a part of its long, unending story. He tried to raise his gun, to fire a shot into the ceiling, an alarm, a final testament. His arm was a lead weight, unresponsive. The sirens grew louder, but they were a world away, a noise from a different, safer reality. He could hear the soft squeak of a maintenance cart rolling down a distant hall, the sound fading as the person moved away, oblivious. They would find him, but they would be too late. His mind, detaching from the pain, latched onto a single, sharp memory. The The crayon drawing on the refrigerator, the lopsided house, the daughter. He had a name for her filed away in his report, Chloe. He had promised in the way a marshal promises, without saying the words, that her father would be safe, that the bad men wouldn't get him. He had failed Leo. He had failed Demetrius. He had failed the little girl with the banana magnet. The cold was not just in his gut anymore. It was in his hands, his feet, creeping up his spine. The warmth of his blood on the floor was the only thing that felt real. He thought of Isabella again, not as a traitor, but as a victim of the same machine. She was probably in her apartment, staring at the rain-smeared lights of the city, waiting for a call that would never come, or worse, for a knock on the door. Brandon's work was not finished. The canvas was not yet clean. A figure appeared in the doorway, blocking the greenish light. It wasn't a SWAT team. It wasn't a paramedic. It was the lost man from earlier, the one asking about the divorce hearing. He stood there, perfectly still, his face a bland mask. He wasn't lost. He was the backup, the watcher, the one who made sure the story ended as written. Eddie's vision began to tunnel, the edges fading to a deep, velvety black. The man in the doorway did not speak, did not move. He was just a final witness. The last thing Eddie Mora saw was the man's shoes, polished to a high shine, reflecting the sickly emergency light as he turned and walked calmly away. The sound of his footsteps was swallowed by the approaching storm of sirens, a dissonant choir for a death in a quiet room. The wind, that constant companion, had finally gotten inside, and it had blown his candle out. He woke to the smell of antiseptic and the low, steady beep of a machine. The light was a sterile white, not the green of the courthouse. He was alive. A face swam into view above him, a doctor with tired eyes and a kind, impersonal smile. "You are a very lucky man," the doctor said. The blade missed everything vital by a millimeter. A miracle. Eddie tried to speak, but his throat was a desert. They gave him ice chips. He learned he had been in a coma for 5 days. The official story, fed to the press by his superiors, was that he was a hero. He had interrupted an attempted hit on a protected witness and been critically wounded in the line of duty. The witness, Demetrius, had been killed. The perpetrator, identity unknown, had escaped. The investigation was ongoing. They asked him questions. He gave them answers, the same ones over and over. He described Brandon, the janitor, the stiletto. He said nothing about Isabella. He said nothing about the second man in the doorway. He kept Manny's name out of it. He was a good marshal. He knew how to protect the parts of the story that mattered, the parts that could still get people killed. When he was alone, he stared at the ceiling and thought about the geometry of the knife thrust. Brandon had not missed. A man who could sever the spinal cord of a 12-foot alligator in the dark did not miss a Marshall Escorta by a millimeter by accident. It was a message, more profound than the dead gator. It said, "I own your life. I decide if you breathe." A week later, a courier brought a package to his room. It was a small, flat box. Inside, nestled on a bed of white tissue paper, was a single dried petal from a night-blooming jasmine. There was no note, none was needed. It was an obituary. Isabella was gone. The canvas was clean. He was discharged a month after that. His body healed, but something inside him permanently altered. He was given a desk job, a quiet purgatory for wounded agents. He spent his days pushing paper, his mind always elsewhere. He found the file on Leo's death and read it until the words blurred. He looked at the crime scene photos of the yellow wall. He found the file on Sal Santoro, the man who had disappeared without a trace. He started a new file, a secret one, on his personal computer. He labeled it Darian Vanko. One rainy afternoon, he took a personal day. He drove to a quiet neighborhood in Coral Gables. He sat in his car across the street from a small, well-kept house with a swing set in the yard. He watched a woman, Leo's widow, bring in the mail. He watched her help a little boy, Leo's son, onto a bicycle with training wheels. He saw the ghost of his friend in the boy's smile. He saw the consequence he had failed to prevent. He drove next to a different house in a less expensive part of town. He saw a woman, Demetrius' ex-wife, unloading groceries from a car. A little girl with dark, serious eyes followed her, clutching a stuffed animal, Chloe. The girl looked up directly at his car as if she could sense his gaze. She didn't wave, she just stared. Eddie looked away first. That night he went to his office after hours. He unlocked his desk drawer and took out his service weapon. He held its familiar weight in his hand, then he placed it back in the drawer and locked it. He would not need it, not for this. He opened his secret file on Darian Vanko. It was no longer about protecting a witness or solving a crime. It was about balance. It was about the wind. He had been a keeper of consequences, and now he had become one. It was time to deliver himself. He picked up the phone. He did not call his superiors. He did not call a friend. He dialed a number from memory, the number for a bait shop on Tamiami Trail. It rang 3 times before it was answered. Manny's voice was wary. Yeah. It's Eddie Mora, he said. A long silence, then a sigh heavy with resignation. I told you not to call me Marshall. I need a name, Manny, not Brandon, the man above him. I need Darian Vanko. Manny laughed, a dry, rattling sound. You ray a dead man talking. You know that, right? You ray asking for a ghost. Eddie looked out the window at the city lights, the same lights Isabella had looked at on her last night. I've met ghosts, he said. They can be found, they can be touched. Another silence, longer this time. When Manny spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. There's a place, a private club on Fisher Island, the Aviary. He goes there on Tuesdays to play chess. That's all I have. Don T, call me again. The line went dead. Eddie put the phone down. Tuesday was 2 days away. He had no plan, no authority, no backup. He had only the cold certainty in his gut and the memory of a knife. He was not going to arrest Darian Vanko. The law was a sieve that men like Vanko slipped through. He was going to do something else. He was going to look him in the eye. He was going to become a consequence. The aviary was a glass cage suspended over the water, a place for rare birds of prey to preen and watch the smaller creatures scurry below. Eddie wore a suit he hadn't worn since Leo's funeral. It was loose on him now. He showed a fake ID and a membership card provided by a source he'd compromised in records to the man at the door. The air inside was cool and smelled of expensive cigars and old money. He saw him immediately. Darian Vanko sat in a deep leather chair in a corner, a chessboard of polished ebony and ivory between him and an elderly man who looked like a retired judge. Vanko was not a large man. He was trim, dressed in a simple but impeccably tailored linen shirt. He had a calm, intellectual face, the face of a poet or a philosopher, not a kingpin. He moved a bishop, a small, precise gesture, and sat back, his eyes lifting as if he had been expecting company. His gaze found Eddie across the room. There was no surprise in it, only a mild, academic curiosity. He said something to his companion, who nodded, gathered his things, and left without a backward glance. Vanko did not gesture for Eddie to come over. He simply waited, his hands resting on the arms of his chair. Eddie walked through the quiet club, the click of his shoes on the marble floor the only sound. He stopped at the table. The chess game was mid-play, a complex web of tension and threat. Marshall Mora, Vanko said. His voice was soft, cultured, with only a trace of an accent. I heard you were convalescing. I'm pleased to see you on your feet. He gestured to the empty chair. Do you play? I know the rules, Eddie said, sitting. Knowing the rules and understanding the game are two different things. Vanko studied the board. Most people think the most powerful piece is the queen. They are wrong. It is the king. The entire game is about him, his safety, his vulnerability. He never captures anything himself. He lets other pieces do that for him. He is the consequence of every move made on the board. Eddie looked at the man who had ordered Leo's death, who had turned Isabella into a weapon and then a target, who had ended Demetrius in a silent room. There was no monster here, just a man with a quiet voice and calm eyes. I'm not here to play a game, Eddie said. Of course you are, Vanko replied. You just moved into my territory, a bold and frankly stupid move. You have no power here. You are a pawn who has marched to the end of the board and believes he has become a queen. You are mistaken. You are still just a pawn. He picked up his king, holding it between his thumb and forefinger. You came here to kill me, didn't you? to look me in the eye and deliver your own form of justice." Eddie said nothing. The cold certainty he had carried for days was still there, but it was changing, hardening into something more complex. "You can't," Vanko said, not unkindly. He placed the king back on its square. "First, you would never get out of this room alive. Second, and more importantly, it would accomplish nothing. I am not a king. I am a piece like you. A more valuable piece, perhaps, but still just a piece on a larger board you cannot even see. If you take me, another simply moves into my place. The game continues." "Then why am I still alive?" Eddie asked. "Brandon could have killed me." Vanko smiled, a faint, fleeting thing. "Brandon is an artist. He delivers messages. Your death in that room would have been a period, a simple, closed case. Your life is an ellipsis. It creates uncertainty. It makes my other pieces nervous. It makes the marshals look incompetent. A living, wounded hero is a more complicated and useful story than a dead one." He leaned forward slightly. "But do not mistake my pragmatism for mercy. Your ellipsis can become a period at any moment. Your life is a breath I allow you to take, for now." Eddie looked at the chessboard, at the intricate dance of power and sacrifice. He had come here with the intent to become a final, violent consequence. But Vanko was right. It would be a meaningless move in a game he didn't understand. He was not a judge or an executioner. He was a marshal. His weapon was the law, even if the law was a leaky vessel. His power was not in delivering an ending, but in protecting a story until it could be told. He stood up. The movement was stiff, his abdomen pulling where the scar tissue was still new. "Leaving so soon?" Vanko asked. "The game is not over." "It is for me," Eddie said. He turned and walked away, feeling Vanko's calm, analytical gaze on his back. He walked out of the glass cage, back into the humid night air. He was not a pawn, he was a keeper of stories. He had failed to protect Demetrius's story and Leo's, but he held other stories now. The story of a knife that missed on purpose. The story of a ghost who played chess on Fisher Island. The story of a little girl named Chloe. He got into his car but didn't start the engine. He looked at his hands on the steering wheel. They were steady. He had gone to the edge, looked into the abyss, and found not a monster, but a man who saw the world as a game of chess. And Eddie Mora was done being a piece on his board. He would start his own game. He would use files and warrants and the grinding, imperfect wheels of justice. It was a slower, less satisfying path. But it was the only one that led back to being the man he was supposed to be. He started the car and pulled away from the curb, the lights of the aviary shrinking in his rearview mirror, just another cage in the dark. He drove not to his apartment, but to the office. The night shift gave him curious looks, but no one stopped him. He went straight to the evidence locker, flashing his badge and signing the log with a hand that did not shake. He requested the box from the Demetrius crime scene. The clerk brought it, a simple cardboard cube that held the end of a man's life. Inside, sealed in a plastic bag, was the phone Demetrius had used to call Isabella. Eddie took it to an interrogation room, a small, soundproofed box with a table and 2 chairs. He used a bypass kit from his own desk, his fingers working on autopilot. The phone powered on. He went straight to the call log. The last number dialed was Isabella, the number before that was unknown, a burner. He copied the burner number onto a scrap of paper. Then he opened his secret file on Darian Vanko. He typed the number at the top, a single, fragile thread. It was a start. It was a move on his own board. He would follow the money, the shell companies, the ghostly footprints Brandon and Vanko left in the world. It would take time. It would take patience he wasn't sure he possessed. But as he sat in the sterile silence of the room, he realized the cold numbness that had filled him since the courthouse was gone. In its place was a quiet, focused heat. He was not delivering himself as a consequence anymore. He was marshalling them. He would gather every single one, every broken promise, every ghost, every silent knife, and he would stack them one by one until the weight of them became a truth that even a king could not ignore. The game was different now. He had just made his first move. The next morning, he put in a formal request for the financial records of 3 shell companies he had found linked to the burner number. The request was denied by his supervisor, a weary man named Gibbons, who leaned over the desk and spoke in a low voice. "You are on thin ice, Mora. Desk duty means desk duty. It does not mean reopening closed cases based on a hunch. Let it go. Eddie nodded, the picture of compliance. He spent the rest of the day processing witness relocation forms, his mind 1,000 miles away. When 5 o'clock came, he was the first out the door. He drove to a public library across town, using a computer terminal in a secluded corner. He had another source, a woman in the Treasury Department who owed him a favor large enough to risk her career. He sent a single, encrypted email. The reply came an hour later. Attached were the bank transfers, a river of dirty money flowing through those shell companies and into an account held by a holding company based in Luxembourg. He cross-referenced the dates of the largest transfers with shipping manifests he pulled from a customs database. The manifests listed industrial machine parts leaving Miami and arriving in Cartagena. He knew what that meant. The machine parts were a lie. The money was for something else, guns, the kind of guns that started wars. Darian Vanko was not just a local predator. He was an arms dealer. The hit on Demetrius was not about one man's testimony. It was about protecting a pipeline. Leo had stumbled onto it. Demetrius was a loose end that needed tying off. Eddie was a mosquito that had been swatted but not killed. He printed the documents, the library's old laserjet whirring and clicking in the quiet. He felt no triumph, only a grim confirmation. He was not hunting a ghost. He was tracking a corporation that dealt in death. He gathered the warm pages and slipped them into his briefcase. As he walked out into the evening, he felt a new presence, a sensation of being watched that was different from Vanko's intellectual gaze. This was visceral, animal. He scanned the street, the parked cars, the faces of people walking their dogs. He saw nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling clung to him, a shadow he had picked up in the library, or perhaps one that had been waiting for him all along. Brandon was an artist, but he was also a professional. The ellipsis that was Eddie's life was being watched, its every curve and dot noted. The period could come at any time. He quickened his step, his hand moving instinctively to his hip where his gun should have been. Finding only empty air and the memory of a wound, he did not go home. He drove to a 24-hour diner he knew, a place with sticky floors and coffee that tasted of burned tires. He took a booth in the back, the vinyl seat cracking under his weight, and spread the printed pages out before him. The fluorescent light hummed overhead, a dull drone that matched the static in his mind. He traced the flow of money with his finger, from Luxembourg to a bank in the Caymans, then to Miami, and finally to the shipping company. It was a loop, clean and efficient, but one name on the shipping manifest, a minor signatory, was familiar. He had seen it in Leo's old notes, scribbled in the margin of a witness statement that had been deemed irrelevant. The bell above the diner door jingled. Eddie did not look up. He heard the soft footfalls approaching his booth, not the heavy tread of a waitress. He slowly gathered the papers into a stack, his movements deliberate, and slid them back into his briefcase. He clicked the latches shut just as a man slid into the seat opposite him. It was not Brandon. This man was younger, with a forgettable face and a cheap windbreaker. He placed his hands on the table. They were clean, the nails neatly trimmed. Marshal Mara, the man said. His voice was as neutral as his face. Eddie said nothing. He looked past the man toward the door. He saw no one else, but that meant nothing. Mr. Vanko appreciates thoroughness, the man said. He considers it a virtue, but he believes your thoroughness is becoming misplaced. Is that right? Eddie said, his voice flat. He wanted you to have this. The man slid a small, white envelope across the table. It was not sealed. Eddie did not touch it. Open it, the man said. Eddie picked up the envelope. Inside was a single photograph. It was a recent picture taken from a telephoto lens. It showed Chloe, Demetrius' daughter, sitting on the front steps of her house, tying the shoe of her stuffed animal. The clarity was impeccable. You could see the concentration in her small, serious face. A cold, pure fury ignited in Eddie's chest, so intense it was almost peaceful. He placed the photograph face down on the table. The message is that there is no message, the man said. It is simply a reminder of the interconnectedness of things. Your actions have consequences that ripple outward. You are not an island, Marshall. Your ellipsis is tied to other lives. Remember that. The man stood up as quietly as he had arrived and walked out of the diner. The bell jingled again. Eddie sat perfectly still. The image of the little girl burned onto the back of his eyelids. Vanko's move was elegant and brutal. He was not threatening the girl. He was showing Eddie that he knew where she lived, that she existed within the ecosystem of his game. She was a piece, a potential sacrifice. Eddie left cash on the table for the coffee he hadn't drunk and walked out into the night. The feeling of being watched was gone. The message had been delivered. He got into his car and drove aimlessly at first, his mind a storm. He could not go to the girl's house. His presence would only mark her more clearly. He could not put a watch on her. He had no authority, and any official request would flag Vanko. He found himself parked outside the U.S. Attorney's office. The building was dark except for a few security lights. He knew the lead prosecutor on the old Santoro case, a woman named Anya Sharma. She was sharp, ambitious, and had a deep, personal hatred for men like Vanko who corrupted the systems she swore to uphold. She was also a realist. She would not move without ironclad evidence. He looked at the photograph on the passenger seat. This was not just his fight anymore. Vanko had made it bigger. He had drawn a circle around an innocent child and dared Eddie to step across the line. Eddie started the car. He drove to an all-night copy center and made duplicates of every document he had. He drove to a different library, one farther out in the suburbs, and rented a small storage locker in his own name. He placed the originals inside. The copies he sealed in a thick manila envelope. He addressed it to Anya Sharma's private, unlisted office number. He would not hand it to her directly. It had to arrive through official channels, creating a record. He dropped the envelope into a secure federal mailbox just as the sun was beginning to tinge the horizon with a pale gray light. It was not a checkmate. It was not even a major play. It was a single pawn pushed forward one square, forcing a response. Vanko believed the entire game was about the king, but Eddie was starting to believe the game was about the board itself, and he was just beginning to learn its dimensions. He got back in his car, the weight of the long night settling in his bones, and pointed himself toward home. There was work to do. The shower was scalding, but it did not wash away the feeling of the photograph against his fingers. He dressed in the same dark suit, the fabric still holding the faint, cloying scent of the aviary's cigars. He brewed coffee, drank it black and bitter, and watched the city wake up from his window. The world outside was ordinary, people heading to jobs, lives untouched by the silent wars being waged in glass cages and late-night diners. He envied them. At the office, Gibbons was waiting for him, holding the manila envelope. His face was a mask of controlled anger. My office, now. Eddie followed him, the eyes of the bullpen following his progress. He shut the door. What is this, Mora? Gibbons tossed the envelope onto his desk. A clandestine drop to the U.S. attorney. Are you trying to get us all investigated? It has evidence, Eddie said, his voice calm, in an ongoing investigation. There is no investigation. Gibbons slammed his hand on the desk. The Demetrius case is closed. Vanko is a ghost. You are a marshal on desk duty who is one misstep away from being a former marshal. Sharma's office already called. They want to know why one of my deputies is sending them unsubstantiated financials connected to a dead case. They ray not unsubstantiated. The treasury source is solid. A source you have no authority to use. Gibbons leaned forward, his voice dropping to a furious whisper. I am trying to protect you. You went through a trauma. You ray not thinking straight. Take the leave. Get your head right. My head has never been clearer, Eddie said. He met Gibbons' gaze and held it. He threatened a child, Phil, Demetrius' daughter. Gibbons' expression flickered, a crack in the official facade. He looked down, rearranging the papers on his desk. There is no evidence of a threat. A photograph is not a threat. It is a picture. You and I both know what it is. He telling me he can reach her. He telling me I am responsible for what happens next. Then stand down, Gibbons pleaded, his frustration giving way to a weary concern. For the girl's sake, if not your own, if you stop, he has no reason to look at her. You Ray, the one drawing the line from his world to hers. Break the line, Eddie. It was the same logic Vanko had used, the same cold, pragmatic calculus. It was the logic of the board. Sacrifice the active piece to maintain the overall position. But Eddie was no longer just a piece. He was a player now, and he understood something Vanko, for all his intellect, had overlooked. Some pieces refused to be sacrificed. Some pawns marched forward not to become queens, but to shatter the board itself. I can do that, Eddie said quietly. Gibbons sighed a long, defeated sound. He picked up the envelope and held it out. I am officially ordering you to cease and desist all off-book activity related to Darian Vanko, the Demetrius case, and anyone associated with it. You are to work your assigned caseload. You are not to contact Anya Sharma or anyone in her office. You are not to access any databases for personal research. Is that clear? Perfectly, Eddie said. He took the envelope. I am keeping a copy of this, Gibbons said, tapping a file on his desk. For the record. Eddie nodded and left the office. He walked back to his desk, the envelope feeling heavy in his hand. He had expected this. It was Vanko's next move, using the bureaucracy itself as a weapon. He had isolated Eddie, cut him off from his resources, and painted him as unstable. It was a good move. Eddie sat down and opened a witness relocation form. He typed for an hour, the keys clicking a steady, monotonous rhythm. Then he stood, picked up the envelope, and walked to the shredder in the corner of the room. He made a show of feeding the pages into the whirring blades, watching his evidence turn into confetti. A few of his colleagues glanced over, then quickly looked away. He returned to his desk. The copy was safe. Sharma had seen the documents. The seed was planted. And he had one more resource, one Vanko and Gibbons had forgotten about. He picked up his phone and dialed a number from memory. Isabella, he said when she answered, her voice guarded. It's Eddie Mora. We need to talk, not about the past, about the future. He paused, letting the silence stretch. He sent me a picture of Chloe. Her sharp intake of breath was all the confirmation he needed. The connection was made, the board was his, and the game was just beginning. The line was silent for so long he thought she had hung up. Then a whisper, frayed with a fear he recognized. Where are you? Don't come to me, Eddie said, his voice low and even. Go to a public place, a museum, the one with the dinosaur skeletons. Take Chloe, stay there, I will find you. He hung up before she could argue. He left the office, offering a bland excuse about a dentist appointment to the receptionist. He drove in a wide, meandering loop, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors, watching for a tail. He saw nothing, but the absence was its own kind of presence. Brandon was a void, a man who knew how to not be seen. The museum was cool and quiet, a cavernous space filled with the bones of dead giants. He found them on a bench beneath the towering Tyrannosaurus Rex. Isabella sat rigid, one arm wrapped protectively around Chloe, who was clutching her stuffed rabbit and staring up at the massive skull with wide, solemn eyes. Isabella stood as he approached. Show me, she demanded, her voice tight. Eddie handed her the photograph. She looked at it, her face crumbling for a single, unguarded moment before she rebuilt her composure, a wall of maternal fury. How dare he? He's making a point, Eddie said. He's telling me that my actions have consequences for you. He wants me to stand down. Then you should, she said, her eyes pleading. For her, just stop. And then what? Eddie asked softly. He forgets you exist. Demetrius tried to walk away and he's dead. I am a loose end. You are a loose end. Chloe is a living memory of a man who betrayed him. Vanko doesn't forget. He just waits for the board to be clear. He knelt down, bringing himself to Chloe's eye level. Hey, Chloe, that's a pretty impressive dinosaur, huh? She nodded, her grip on the rabbit tightening. I need you to be brave for me, Eddie said. And for your mom, I need you to go on a little trip, like a vacation. I don't want a vacation, she whispered. I know, he said, but it's important. It's a secret mission. Can you do that? She gave another small, hesitant nod. He looked up at Isabella. You have to disappear, not witness protection. They're compromised. You need to go completely off the grid, right now. I have no money, no plan. I have a plan, Eddie interrupted. He pulled a set of car keys from his pocket and pressed them into her hand along with a slip of paper. There's a blue sedan in the parking garage on level B, space 212. The registration is clean. The address on that paper is a cabin. It's remote. It belongs to a friend who doesn't know he's helping. There's cash in the glove box. Don't use credit cards. Don't call anyone. Just go. Isabella stared at the keys as if they were a venomous snake. This is insane. Staying is more insane, Eddie said. This is the only move I have to protect you. It gets you off his board. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away. She looked from the keys to Eddie's face, searching for a lie, a trap. She found only a grim, resolute certainty. What are you going to do? I'm going to finish the game, he said. He watched them walk away, Isabella's hand clutching Chloe's, their figures growing smaller beneath the skeletal ribs of the ancient beast. He waited until they were gone, then turned and walked in the opposite direction, toward the Hall of Gems and Minerals. He stood before a display of raw, uncut diamonds, their potential brilliance locked inside dull, rocky shells. He took out his personal phone, removed the battery, and dropped both pieces into a trash can. He was alone now, truly alone. No backup, no resources, no rules. Vanko had cleared the board of Eddie's pieces, thinking it would end the game, but he had forgotten that a player with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous piece of all. Eddie walked out of the museum, the sun bright and harsh on his face. The first move of the endgame was his. He had gotten the queen to safety. Now it was time to go after the king. He walked for blocks, the city S noise a dull roar that matched the static in his head. The cabin was a temporary fix, a stalling move. Isabella was smart, but she wasn't a field agent. She would make a mistake. They always did. He needed to force Vanko's hand, to make him look away from them and directly at the threat in front of him. His destination was a payphone outside a laundromat, one of the last relics of a bygone era. He fed coins into the slot and dialed a number he had not called in years, a number for a man who lived in the spaces between the official and the damned. A voice answered, rough with sleep. Yeah. Silas it es Eddie Mora. A long pause, you ray a ghost, Mora. Heard you got yourself shot. I got better, I need a name. The shooter from the club, the one who missed. Silas chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. That is so expensive question, and a stupid one. That name is cursed. IV got 500 in cash, and I am already cursed. What s one more hex? He could almost hear the calculation on the other end of the line. The kettle, 1 hour, come alone. The line went dead. The kettle was a dive bar that opened at 8 in the morning for a specific clientele. Eddie arrived at 9, the air inside thick with the smell of stale beer and bleach. Silas sat in a back booth, a mountainous man with a face like a crumpled paper bag. He didn't look up as Eddie slid in opposite him. The money, Silas said. Eddie placed an envelope on the sticky table. Silas made it disappear without looking inside. The name was Ortega, Javier Ortega, freelance but with a patron. He was Brandon S. Prot G for a minute. The hit at the club was his audition. He failed. Where is he now? Lying low or laid low. When you fail a man like Vanko, you don't get a second chance. You get a lesson. Silas finally looked up, his eyes small and dark. You ray digging your own grave, Mora. Let it go. I can tee, Eddie said, standing up. Ortega, you ray sure. As sure as I am that you'll be dead by week's end. Silas turned his attention back to his glass. Now get out of here. You ray bad for business. Back in his car, Eddie pieced it together. Ortega was the key. He was the mosquito that had been swatted, the failed asset. He was a loose end, just like Demetrius, just like Eddie. And Vanko would have him tucked away somewhere, a piece to be discarded at the right moment. But a loose end could be pulled, and sometimes the whole tapestry would unravel. He drove to the one place he knew he could still get unfiltered information, a place Gibbons would never think to check. The evidence locker from the Santoro case. He still had his badge for now. He flashed it at the clerk, signing the logbook with a practiced scrawl. He requested the physical files from the Demetrius crime scene. He sat at a small metal table, the familiar grim smell of old paper and death filling his nostrils. He wasn't looking for what was there, but for what was missing. He found it in the ballistics report. The bullet that had killed Demetrius was a match to a gun used in a previous unsolved homicide, a homicide that had, until now, no suspect. The victim was a small-time money launderer named Hector Ruiz. And in the margin of the original Detective S notes, a name was scribbled and then circled. A known associate of Ruiz. Javier Ortega. It was a whisper of a connection, a single thread, but it was enough. Vanko had used Ortega before for the Ruiz job, then he de-used him again for the hit on Eddie, which had failed. The club shooting wasn't just an audition. It was a test of a tool that had previously worked. Ortega was a link in the chain, a piece of the machine Vanko thought was hidden. Eddie left the evidence room, the hum of the fluorescent lights echoing in his skull. He had a name, he had a connection. He couldn't go after Vanko directly. The fortress was too strong. But he could target the mortar between the bricks. He could find Javier Ortega. He would turn one of Vanko's discarded pieces against him. The game was no longer about defense. It was about corrosion.